Hello, Amabeth.
Hello, Ram.
How are you?
Doing good. How are you doing?
I'm doing all right.
How does it feel to be a fourth unit student?
Well, you're going to hear me say it feels like a beginner still in some cases. And at the same time, um, it just there's a lot to learn. And certainly in like this week, actually, I spent uh, almost, I mean, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, I spent in the jail. And 3 of the days I also spent in the homeless shelters.
Wow.
Officially I spent 30 hours a week in the jail and about 20 hours or so in the shelters, right?
Wow. More
And
than a week to do.
more than easily, yeah. I'm kind of a crazy guy in that way, but but effectively, this program comes very handy about understanding people in so many different circumstances. Mm,
That's right.
mm,
People have different background, different issues,
yeah,
life issues. You know.
the both these cases, homeless shelter and jails, they are forced into that situation. Something happened in their life.
Yeah.
So they are not in a place where they would like to be. Okay. And the other thing is, I call it, they have a compromised individualism and a forced collectivism,
Oh, wow. Wow. That's a very nice way of saying it.
right?
Yeah, I never heard of this kind, but yeah, it is true. It is true.
Who is this handsome guy who just joined us?
Am I the one?
Yes.
Hi, everyone.
Hello.
Hello,
It's
hello,
cold
hello.
here. Oh,
Yeah.
it's so cold here.
Oh, really? So it's
Yeah,
coming back to be cold. Oh my God.
yeah.
I
I
thought
went
the
out
weather changed.
went out for buying some. This is my kind of lunch. I'm gonna eat
Oh,
everything.
nice. Very nice. Very nice.
It's so cold. Okay, David will be a little bit late. He has to pick up medication, so
Mm.
let's process our meeting. And Skip is not here due to his church. Busy week. It's a busy week.
Yeah, Holy Week, right? Yes.
Hmm.
Yeah, happy Holy Week to all of you.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, tomorrow is our communion day at the jail.
Mm.
I'm bringing in some pastors to go into all my pods and hold a Holy Communion there. Yeah,
Sounds good. It's also Passover,
right.
so quite busy in prison setting.
Yeah.
Let's collect our mind and time and space together. And if you can close your eyes, and think about your journey from beginning of CPE as if you are hiking. Maybe you already reached to the top or somewhere. Moment by moment, as memories are coming back to you, just take it some breath in and out. Dr. Dan Siegel talks about our mind goes everywhere, but it eventually, and he talks about scientifically and technically, we will be able to catch our mind and bring it back to us here and now. So let's think about that. Our minds are going everywhere, but intentionally, we want to bring it to here, into the group. And notice if any tension on your body, be shoulder or neck or somewhere, and give your attention and be curious. What is it? Let's take a couple more. Breathe in and out on your pace. And when you're ready, you can open your eyes, look at the camera, and say, I'm here. I am here, everyone.
I'm here, everyone.
I am here, everyone.
I'm here.
I'm here.
Skippy's here too.
What happened to ear?
Right there. Right, see that? Skip asked me, will be when he was out last unit. I brought, I think it's a Skip or some other students.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
brought there a lot, but this time he's asking me, "Are you going to bring the same thing?" I said, oh no, man, we'll try this. This is my puppet.
Ah.
I can say, "Hi everyone, this is Skip. Good to see you, everyone today." Sounds good. Skip, you be quiet today, okay? So I used to be puppeteer.
Ah,
Yeah, I play a lot of puppet shows. I had a puppet stage and a lot of puppets. I don't have any more, but I use this one when not my prison setting, but when I work at the hospital for the mental unit. I always bring this puppy with me
oh, wow.
and talking to patients. Not everyone, but depending on the assessment, definitely. Sometimes it could be threat, but most of the staff and patients like to have a conversation with this. Even I prayed with this guy. And you know how to pray, right? Yeah, I know how to pray. Okay, check in. How was your week? Any memories, any specific things you want to share with the group so that we can join you? Anybody? Anyone else?
Happy to go. An interesting week. And then obviously, the good news is my car got fixed. I picked up my car yesterday. So that was really good. The other one, basically, I'm going to a retreat tomorrow afternoon for 2 nights, Friday afternoon through Sunday evening. So I'm looking forward to good at least 20, 25 hours of meditation in solitude in a beautiful place in Santa Cruz, California. And this morning I got a jolt at 1 o'clock or 1:30 about an earthquake where the epicenter is at the place where I'm going to, Boulder Creek. That's where the retreat center is, and hopefully retreat center is not damaged, but I am mentally preparing myself to slow down all day today and tomorrow as I transition into a retreat mode. Anyone else?
Ram, I can go. Ram, I hear that I'm glad to hear that your car is fixed. So that's a good thing, and I hope your back is no longer hurting as well, and that you're looking forward to a quiet place for meditation this weekend at the retreat. Yeah. To get that right. um, I had a pretty busy week. I'm coming to you guys today with a headache that I'm really hoping is going to go away, but it is making me a little distracted and tired right now. Um, but I had the chance to help bring communion to some folks yesterday for Holy Week at the jail, and we'll help again tomorrow. As Ram said, we're going to be doing that again. So I think just reflecting on Holy Week and what it means to some of the folks that we serve, and being glad to be able to bring them communion. Yeah. Anyone else?
I can go. Thanks, Caroline. I heard you say that you've done some service with communion this week at work, and it sounds like you enjoyed that. And asking the question, what does it mean? What does Holy Week mean to you? Did I get that right?
Yeah, I was just thinking more about what Holy Week means for the inmates,
Oh, well, I'm
but
sorry.
I think that then reflects back to me as well. Yeah,
Yeah, that's what I meant. You were asking them that. Yeah, sorry.
yeah,
Thanks for correcting me.
all good.
Yeah. All right, great. Well, at the hospital, yes, this week has been similar. We actually have had a conversation at our hospital. It's in spiritual services about um, whether to have a service or do anything special for Sunday. And I am the chaplain. We work Sundays. Mm. And so initially I said, no, I didn't want to do anything. And I said that as well because it was like a week away. So I was kind of annoyed that we were just now thinking about that as a department. I was like, no, I'm not putting something together with only a week. That would have really backed me up. Um, but then, as it turned out, I did volunteer and say I am willing to collaborate with anyone else who's putting something together. So there was a suggestion that give a name that I was given, and so we still might be collaborating on something, but I'm not very excited about that. So I'm not happy about Holy Week right now because it's what, Thursday, and we don't have any plans yet. And I just think that if it were important enough, then we should have put something together. And one of the reasons we're not going to have it is because our director thinks that they really don't want to have it. Because she says we're not a religious institution and blah blah blah, so she's really not in favor of going in that direction. I don't mind. It's just that I don't like that we're just now thinking about it. So I would love to see something that I think the patients would enjoy it. Outside of that, oh, I'm exhausted today. I hope I can keep my eyes open with you all. My dad is going to have to move after I just moved him. Yes, just bad news with the facility where he's at. They haven't really given him good care. But the good news is I found a place. It was the original place that I already had. So we've already moved in that direction. So I'm happy about it. We'll get our money back for the most part, but not the time we lost and all the time and energy was put into moving him here. So I've got good news and bad news with that, with my dad. So I'm feeling good, but I'm really, really sleepy today. Anyone else?
I can go. Hi, Annalyn. Annalise, thanks for sharing. You have, it is a good news and a bad news about moving your dad. And it's also that you don't want to be, well, you don't care about Holy Week, that you don't celebrate, but hospital director is not into it, but it might be good for your patients. I think that's what I heard. Did I hear you right?
You did. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, since all of you know that my clinical site is the church, and my patients are church members. So I am involved in the church activity. So they share their plan, the staff, and we organize things. And last week we had Easter, I don't know if you know, Easter bread making. So there are different kinds of Easter bread. We are a diversified community. We have people from Laos, Cambodia, and some parts of other Asian minor, including myself from East Africa and from West Africa, and we name it. So there are many kinds of people who put their energy together. And the kitchen, we had a big kitchen, it was full, and I brought a big bread. I don't know if you have ever seen such a big round bread. And if you Google it, Ethiopian bread, you will be able to see it. So I cooked that, and I was so for the first time, I have never done pumpkin pie or any pie for that matter. So the organizer was saying, Emma, you can do it, you can do it. So I was rolling the bread, and I have learned so many uh, cooking style. So one is the pie, the other one is putting cheese in the bread. I think it's Italian style. So they put cheese in the middle of the dough and roll it and make a design on it. So it turns out very good bread. So we have all kinds of bread, and that was in the Sunday morning. Some for coffee, Butler Coffee for free, some for sale. So it was really nice to see people collaborating and sharing their way of cooking. Anyone else?
Good to hear it. And anybody want to say to Skip?
What is he going to say, Skip? What are you going to say about
No,
cooking?
just say hi to him. Anybody want to say?
Hi, Skip. We miss you.
Hi,
Yeah, we miss
Skip. Happy Holy Week to you. Hope your week is going well. We are definitely missed here, but we look forward to connecting with you again next week.
All right. Sounds good. Sounds good. Um, David is not here yet, so maybe we can give a little bit more time to each other until there becomes. Maybe I can jump into how busy we are right now. It seems to me everybody has its own lifestyle, is busy, and a lot of breathing movement you guys needed. Good to hear that, Ram. You fixed your car, repaired your car, and then it was a shocking that you had a car accident. Sorry to hear that, Caroline. You have a headache. I can't imagine headache how that severe it is. I can't imagine. Just one headache comes and it makes me very dysfunctional. So take it easy today, Caroline. And I'm a bit happy to hear that you love your food making process and part of your church and multi-ethnic group and big church. And wow, cheese bread. And I love to taste that one. And free coffee sounds great to me. The analyst, your your hospital. Yeah, sometimes it's really sad. Director is not recognizing patients' needs. We need to value our patients' needs instead of our personal priorities or preferences. So thank you for saying about that. Hopefully, you will just advocate your patients and yeah. Ugh, I hear you. My facility is quite busy, and it's a jail setting, and we have a different religious groups. We do have a food festival in our jail setting. I don't know about California. We do festival. Each religious group has two festivals throughout the year. So we have 18 religious groups. So 36. So almost every month, and we have 1 or 2, 3 food festivals. It's coming to, we call that treatment mall. In prison setting, maybe you have just common hall, but we have different units. Each building has 10 units. So 10 units coming down to we call treatment mall and sharing food together. And every Friday is a religious day. I set it up as a Friday of years fighting for taking whole day as a religious day. And it's been doing about 7, 8 years. So no program, no doctor's meeting, no social work, nothing else. All religious group is coming down and having their religious meetings. So it's a really busy week. And on top of it, church, the biggest moment probably of the year. So church is kind of busy and exciting. And also Passover. Passover in prison setting, only rabbi can wrap up all the food that is holy. So we order food from a Jewish supply, which is in not California, Florida-based company, Jewish company. We order special meals, Passover meals, and they ship it to us. And with a box, we cannot touch it. We cannot open it. Once we touch it, it's already not holy anymore. So only rabbi is able to open it and repack it individually, each meal for these Passover 8 days. That's the physical work. And rabbi is gone. He's on his vacation. So it's, oh, my Lord. So I try to find another rabbi, and rabbi did a really great job. And my kitchen, we have 3 different kitchen staff. They contact me today that something is missing. So I am frustrated because once something is missing, in prison setting, sometimes complain, and the next level is a lawyer. So yeah, go to lawyer means a really headache, especially Jewish group. They don't go to lawyer, just don't go to lawyer. New York State is the largest Jewish population, and Board of Rabbi is the biggest group, and then politically really powerful group in New York State. So the word goes to them. They don't call me. They call governor's office. And all the way down coming to, what happened to you? So a lot of phone calls coming today and yesterday. We don't have this, we don't have that one. So I might go to another maybe 3 hours driving to pick up some other extra food tomorrow morning to bring it to the facility. Yeah, that's kind of life. So I am frustrated. Other than that, my vacation was really good. Thank you so much for allowing me last week taking off. I joined my son's explosive ordnance discharge. That's EOD. It's not a special force, but it's a kind of specialized group in the Army. It is also kind of nervous because now current situation, a lot of people go to Middle East right now. So I'm humbly pray that since he's new, he just finished his basic training. Hopefully they will not send him to Middle East. That's kind of my prayer. And he is driving from Florida to Seattle, Tacoma. Wow. I suggest him, why don't you ship your car and take an airplane, go there and then relax. My son is a 30-year-old and he has his own life. So I'll enjoy my life. Okay, sure. So every day is living on the edge. Are you okay? And normally text comes within 30 minutes. I'm doing fine. So that's kind of another anxious feeling about my children. My daughter came to Florida to meet us. she came with her fiance, which is my future son-in-law, which was 3 weeks later. They're getting married, and I'm officiating. So they both came in. We enjoyed the time together. And yesterday, my son texted me he got his sister, which is my daughter's house. So they took a picture and sent me, which is really comforting in the middle of this anxious feeling. That's kind of me. And yeah, I think I said a lot today. Okay. What about what shall we do?
Sorry, James.
Yeah, Caroline.
I'm sorry, class. I'm just not feeling great. Would you guys mind if I just got off for maybe like half an hour and rejoined?
Why not?
Is that okay with you guys? I'm
That-
sorry. I think I
That's
just
completely okay.
lie down for
Yeah.
half and I'll
Yeah,
be back.
yeah.
Okay, thank
No
you.
need to
Oh,
take care of yourself.
Take 1 hour.
Okay.
Half hour is not enough. Take
Okay,
1
I
hour.
will be back hopefully, but thank you for your grace here. I'm sorry about this.
No problem.
All right,
Feel
I'll be
better
back.
soon.
Yeah.
Thank you.
See you later.
Yeah.
Oh, David joined. Hey, David. Yeah,
Hello.
we're just wrapping up our check-in time. How are you?
Another day of stress, but I'm doing okay.
Okay.
Hello, Pierre. Hello, class.
Can you check in?
Yeah, I can check in. Can you hear me anyway?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I just want to make sure you are in the public space right now.
No, I'm not in public space. I'm at home. Just
Okay.
there's so many things going on, so I
Oh,
just decided to
blurred.
class.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. Yeah. So, what do I say? It's another day. Thank God for giving us another beautiful day. But I couldn't make it on time because I had to get some medication for my son. Um, he was admitted to the hospital 2 days ago because of respiratory problems. He has been going through this thing for almost 5 months now, and the doctors weren't telling us exactly what the problem was. But finally, we were able to take him to the emergency 2 days ago, and they were able to identify some of the issues, and he's doing quite okay. We are back home, and we needed to get some more medication, the prescription for him. So that's what I'm going through now with my family. But other than that, everything is quite fine. Yeah. I would have taken a day off from class today if I had the opportunity.
That's it?
Or an hour off. Caroline, because the whole morning has been a little bit stressful for me and my family. A lot of back and forth. And apart from that, everything is fine. I've started, as you all know, I've started my on-site clinicals. Everything is going great. I'm learning a lot. My on-site supervisor is on vacation. So everything is on me. I'm a new person in this field. I got a couple of days of training, and my boss has to take some vacation because he hasn't taken vacation for more than a year. And we all know the importance of self-care. So I think he needed it. He did his best to give me enough training for me to be able to handle the calls that were coming in. So I'm working very hard at my new place, learning a lot, and at the same time, taking care of the family issues, especially with my son. So that is it.
It's a lot, right?
A lot going on within in a small space, and that's too much for me, you know. And also, I mean, if it would be New York or New Jersey, it wouldn't be a problem. But we are new over here in Central Valley, California. We don't know anybody. We're still struggling to, I mean, transition, and then we're having all these problems. And we also realize that they have a lot of allergic issues here because the air is very bad. And my allergy is acting up seriously. And it's the same thing that my son was going through. Yeah, it has not been easy. Yeah, and now so he has to use all this air something that um, the doctors prescribed. So from now on, you know, he has to be using, I mean, some kind of something with the oxygen and something for a period of time. Yeah. But at least now we know what was going on in his body. Before we didn't know. I mean, we were going to the urgent care at the Naval base, and they were telling us, "Oh, it's just because he just started the daycare, and the children sprayed all these viruses among themselves. It wasn't a problem." But now we found out it's actually a serious problem.
Can you tell would you be able to tell us more about your son? He's
Yeah,
able to. Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead, sir.
Yeah, just asking if you're okay, you can share so we can join you.
Oh yes, I mean he's just 19 months old. Everything was okay until we moved down here. Um, he started daycare about 7 months ago, and then we started having these issues. So he couldn't sleep in the night. You know, we don't sleep. I personally don't sleep in the night because you can't sleep when when your child is struggling. You know, struggling to sleep, struggling to breathe. You know, breathing has been a problem, and you see him struggling, rolling all over, and always getting high fever. Sometimes when we check his fever in the night, it's like 103, 100 and something. You know, but the doctors keep telling us, you know, "Oh, it's going to be okay. Just give him this, give him that." Monday when last Sunday we couldn't sleep. He was suffering. My wife and I couldn't sleep. We're all around the grandma. We have also brought the grandmother from New Jersey to come and join us so that she can also help. Sunday night was very bad for him. Monday was still very bad in the day. During the day, I get a couple of calls from home that he had a fever. He was not able to eat. So when I closed from my clinical, which was 6 o'clock, and I have to drive about an hour and 15 minutes to get home. And when I got home, my wife and I have to prepare our son and take him to a hospital, which is about an hour and 30 minutes from home. It's not easy. So when we get to the hospital, like 9 o'clock, 9:30, yeah, they just look at him and they just immediately admitted him to the hospital, and they realized that there were so many things going on in his body. And actually, they felt very bad for him because there were so many things going on in his body, and that's why he was having problem breathing. So they had to. I mean, I'm not good with medical stuff, so they had to put this mask on his nose with the oxygen flowing all over, and they have to put this thing and take off so many things from the nose, a lot. Um, so we stayed over yesterday. He was discharged. We came home, and today we're trying to um, get all his medication so that we'll just to follow the doctor's advice for now. So that's what we're doing. It has been a very overwhelming situation for us, especially we don't know much about this area. We always have to ask people for help. But we're trying. We're trying. Well, I mean, I don't know what we can do. Yeah, I don't know what we can do. Coming to California has always been a challenge for me. We've lived all our lives in East Coast. All of a sudden, we have to come here. So that transition alone was already a very, very big challenge for the whole family. And now we're encountering all these other issues. Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's what it is. It's been tough, actually.
Thank you for sharing your feeling. I see that that's not easy. I feel
Absolutely.
your feeling. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I'm just curious in this challenging, frustrating, and don't know what to do situation. How is your clinical side? Are you able to make it?
I'll be able to make it. I mean, that's who I am. I mean, I do everything to meet the challenge that is ahead of me. I'm doing everything I need to do because I've been trusted with something, and I want to make sure that I don't mess up anything that I've been trusted to. So uh, I'm doing everything right so far. Uh, Luckily, I have one volunteer. There are two volunteers. One hasn't shown up for more than a week, but the other one is helping a lot. Yesterday, I mean, we worked together almost the whole day. But at some point, she got tired and left about around 3 o'clock or so, or before 3 o'clock, she left because she was complaining of being tired. And I have to do the remaining rounds and, documenting everything, working with the Catholic priest. Uh, I mean, today, actually, as a matter of fact, I really wanted to take some time off because the week has been very overwhelming. Couple of days of training, and the supervisor is out on vacation in an environment that I've never worked in before. But he gave me good training. I mean, I'm a quick learner. It took me just a day or two to learn the system, the Epic system that we use. We use that for chatting and all the documentation. I never used it before, but it took me like a day or two. Yeah, less than 2 days. I was already familiar with whatever I need to do. We had some challenges on Monday. I was able to fix those challenges because of my background in technology, where I was able to fix it without calling anybody. Yeah. So that's what it is. Overwhelming, very challenging. Asking myself so many questions. You know, yeah.
Okay. I hope that you can join us today, here and now, with your challenging, overwhelming feeling. Not try to forget something, but just be with us as much as you can. And I want to invite the group, if you want to say any words to say to David, you can do it right now before we go into our verbatim schedule. Anyone else?
David, I hear you when you say that you're facing many challenges, not just today, but just overall with your journey in the U.S. And did I say that right? Did I get that right?
Yeah, in California.
In California. Well, yeah.
Yes.
I also got that, you've experienced this in the United States, right?
Yes.
Yes. But I also, yeah, I just want to encourage you and say I'm glad you made it. I know that you can do it. I believe you can do it, I should
Yes.
say. And looking forward to a good meeting with you today.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I want to say that it's good to hear that you are doing your practice at Kaiser and that you didn't find it a problem. As far as your family issue moving to California, you find it difficult. Yes, when we move to a new environment, it's always new. It could be conducive when time passes, but it takes some time to adjust, and especially where you are living in the area where there are more fruits and flowers, the peaches
Yeah.
and the orange, and so they have this flower pollen that makes difficult for children to breathe, so it causes allergies. And I had that experience with my own grandson. We didn't know first. We called 911 one night when he was not able to breathe. He was like, it's the breathing was so scary that it has sound. It was
Yes.
like, it was
That's
like, so we were so scared. But when we take him out of the bedroom and put some steaming water, and the water vapor must have, I don't know, helped. Anyways, by the time the paramedics arrived, he was able to breathe, and his oxygen level was back. So we we were like, uh, I'm sure they understand, but we were like from crying to smiling. So it just happened within few minutes. So you never know. When kids are in trouble, it's scary, but they come up. Their immunity is built so quickly, you won't believe. So we want you to understand you are not alone in this. We, as a group, including myself, care about you. And I believe in prayer, so I will lift you up in prayer.
okay. Thank you. Oh,
David, my heart's with you, my friend. There's a lot that you shared with us. Thank you so much for bringing it out. Yeah, I mean, the higher power that we believe in, we always there's a voice that tells us that our challenges are proportional to God's belief in us, right? And we remind ourselves as best as we can. And I'm sure that your reliance on faith will support you. And
thank you.
and any transition is challenging, especially if the whole family is involved. And allow for that allow for that transition without having any timeline to it. That's been my experience with life transitions. And as immigrants in this country, we always have to keep learning the system. There's no playbook. There's no user's manual for immigrants, right? We just discover by trying. And sometimes we could go through days without any resolution and frustration. But I went through a lot of that largely in my 20s and early 30s. And I still feel there are many areas working through the system is very, very challenging. I have you in my prayers as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
So, David, I'm just curious how you're feeling right now after hearing your peers' words. You feel what? Can you share more? Just short, your feeling.
I feel encouraged and motivated.
Good. Yeah.
Yes, I feel encouraged and motivated. Just that I don't know what to say, but it's very overwhelming. It's very overwhelming because I had a stroke before, so I have my own neurological, issues that I have to deal with every day. And things were going fine, but since we've been here, it's been a lot because like the problems keep coming, and like Ram just said, there's all these challenges whenever you move to a new location. Uh, uh, I don't think we would have had these issues if we were around East Coast because we have relatives and family friends that could have helped us in so many ways. Over here, nobody. You know, we have to push the grandmother to leave her job so that she come here and help us. So these are all some of the challenges. Asking somebody to leave a job just to come and help you it's not an easy request. But we thank God that she did. Mm. But as I stand here, I will tell you I haven't slept since Sunday, and I think I told you the last time. Since Sunday, both myself and my wife, none of us have slept. And my wife is an LT with a lot of it's a LT in the Navy. She has a lot of responsibility. So even as we are going through all this, she's still working. Today she has to go to work so that will be it. And that's the reason why I have to go and get the medication, the prescriptions. So it has not been easy for both of us, like as we're going through all these things.
Okay.
So these are some of the things that is making me to ask so many questions about our transition, even about my CPE. Sometimes, but with our peers, I always get that motivation and encouragement that I can make it. You know, yeah. Otherwise, there are days that I feel like maybe this is not the time. It's something I always want to do, but maybe it wasn't the time because the challenges are too much for the family.
Okay. Thank you for your honest feeling, sharing your honest feeling.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, thank
Yes.
you. It means a lot.
I'm a very determined person, and I don't back down easily. So it's just that part of me that is making me to push further and further and try to do everything I can to stay in the program, because that's who I am. But the challenges sometimes is very overwhelming.
Yeah. Reflect more on that. I want to see more progress based on what you said. Okay, we had a really lengthy
Yeah,
process today, and thank you everybody was giving your attention to each one and supporting even David and Caroline. And now let's take a 10-minute break, and then as we are collecting our minds again, coming back 10 minutes later. Ram, is it okay you start with your verbatim? Okay, then how about analyst? Can you do a second?
Yes,
And
I can.
David, can you do third? Caroline is not doing
yeah,
good. Yeah, David
yeah.
will we do third one, and Caroline will do last. And when she is ready, maybe she will come before, but I will text her. She will come join us. Let's take a 10-minute break, and then we will meet you here. My time is 3:28, which is like 12:28 your time, Los Angeles time.
Yeah.
Okay, take your
Thank you.
time. Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Hey.
Hey.
By the way, David, this is a skip today.
Oh, how is he doing?
I don't know. You can talk to him. You can say hi to him.
Hi, Skip. What happened?
Oh,
If I may ask.
no, he's not coming today.
Oh, sorry.
No, he's okay. Yeah.
Okay. Good to hear.
Ram, are you with us?
Yes, I'm back.
You're back. There you go.
My dog. I told my dog 12:30 is 12:30, and he wouldn't listen.
What kind of dog you have?
He's an Australian Labradoodle.
Ooh, it's a lot of work. And
It's actually non-shedding type.
oh, really? Okay.
Yeah. And how do I put it? Yeah. Yeah. I can share his picture when I'm sharing my screen.
Sure, you can do that.
Okay.
So as you requested, you have a full 1 hour today.
Yes. Thank you. Sharing is not turned on.
Number 4.
Yes, it says sharing is not turned on. Is it? Yes, it is now. He's my boy.
No.
And he's also my therapist.
Yes, I believe that. Yeah. Yeah.
And he's going to be 12 next month.
Oh. Yeah.
His birthday is May 4th, and dogs are amazing. I've been a dog lover most of my life, if not all of my life, anyway. So thank you so much, guys. Yeah, I appreciate that. We'll wait for Annalise to return.
I'm sure she's getting coffee. Yeah.
Yeah. No, it's a kind of a mixed emotion, if I want to say. This being my last verbatim with CPE, and although this verbatim says number 4, over last 2 units, I had this mindset of working on every visit as if it were for a verbatim. Right? I'm giving credit to the CPE process of mental orientation on how we approach caregiving, right? What I mean by that for me is it's not a tactical or a transactional thing. And what do I learn about myself? What are my blind spots? Suddenly, the opportunity allows to shed some light on it and then reflect on some deeper aspect of the feelings, emotions, and what is going on within my body and how is the inmate emotions, thoughts, and what's going on in their body. There is some level of, I call it, we no longer use with a regular vision, we bring some kind of an X-ray vision, if you want to call it, and go, and that is what I'm enamored by, and I'm really appreciative of the whole CPE process to allow me to gain this perspective, right? In this particular one, it was a long visit, over an hour, 65 minutes, and usually, most jail visits are 30 to 45 minutes, typical, but some have been very, very short as well, just a prayer. And this gentleman, this young man, his late 20s, maybe early 30s, male, and he's largely supported by his 5 sisters. He's been in and out of jail for a few times. And his mother is a Native American, his dad is Hispanic, and he is leaning more towards a Native American faith right now, as you'll see in this verbatim. So my goal here is there is a significant bias or some kind of an identity-related bias that has come out in this verbatim, right? And the bias is concerning me and my identity, right? And obviously, inmate is carrying a tremendous amount of trauma as well. That's one element of it, right? So there is another angle which I've been cultivating since particularly the unit 3, third unit, understanding all of this, not just from a pastoral chaplaincy perspective, but also integrate the behavioral health aspect. Now we are starting to see the indicators also shaping into that. And I've been, and thanks to Reverend James, since the middle of last unit, somewhere in the November timeframe, I've been educating myself a lot in the behavioral science area, particularly around trauma and grief and the personality, so on and so forth. Okay. And it's not about just knowing. I wanted to learn so that I can apply it in a better way. So why I put this particular area where I can get some feedback is going forward in my mind, I'll continue with a CPE process of integrating behavioral health aspect in my caregiving situations. That's my primary goal. So with respect to behavioral health integration, think of me as if I'm in the first unit, barely, right? It's an important thing for me to bring it into my practice just to show over the last 4 months, I've taken quite a few courses, and I also got certified in many of these courses going through PESI. Okay, if your first thought comes in, Ram's crazy, I welcome that. Right? So I've taken a certified course, and I have to pass the test and all the good stuff on trauma and grief, trauma and mindfulness. This I've done many years ago. And I really love these two topics, polyvagal theory for trauma professionals and understand more about bringing somatic interventions in many ways. And also, I'm deeply, deeply liking this internal family systems model, the all parts of us. I'm reading almost more than halfway through the book, No Bad Parts by Schwartz, I think is his last name. And I'm enjoying this not so only from a pure knowledge perspective. I see them shaping my caregiving situation to an extent. I'm noticing my language when I write or when I reflect the topics of co-regulation, dysregulation. These are not the normal words I use in a normal language. But in a jail setting, I feel the common theme is everyone is there, but their individuality is highly compromised, right? They don't have liberties. At the same time, they're all in forced collectivism. They're fighting two forces. Okay? So there is, even if they have a perfect childhood, perfect livelihood all through, the moment of the arrest is the most traumatic situation of their life. But majority of them have suffered quite a bit of trauma in earlier part of their life as well. So I've been working closely with the mental health professionals. They make referral to me, and I send them some questions to them. Have you diagnosed anything? Something like that. So we don't have, like hospitals, a tight working relationship, but I'm in an ad hoc way. This program has allowed me to really just raise up and create that connection so that if there is a possibility of continuity, I can bring it to the care. So the second goal with all of this background in putting where my responses in the encounter factored in the behavioral aspects of me as well as the inmates. Okay. Because this is I call it my first equivalent of first unit of my behavioral health integration, and I'm committed to growing my skills further in this area. Questions?
What does it mean by too persistent?
What I mean, the too persistent, there was a possibility that I could have walked away from this encounter. I'm not the right guy to chaplain this person. And then
Why?
somehow I continued. You'll see in the verbatim about
Okay.
how he got triggered just by looking at me.
Okay.
Mhm. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah.
Just curious about you. You mentioned a couple of behavioral science
Yeah.
to support him, to understand him, his trauma. Which
Yeah.
one is kind of your driving force you use a lot to shape your spiritual care in this moment? Because you said
So,
you go ahead. Yeah.
yeah. Yeah, no, I think it's a great question. I'm trying to see where my mute button is. My dog is barking. Anyway,
It's okay.
yeah. I think particularly in terms of the traumatic parts of the person and how my traumatic aspects of wanting to be perfect or wanting to be most effective, and is there some of it that forced me to be persistent? Walking away or referring to some other chaplain could have been seen as a failure on my part, right? So I was trying to play against both these points.
So more like a IFS. You're playing.
Correct. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, that's a fair way to look at it. Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Now, group, you have any questions?
My question was asked by Reverend James. Too persistent seems negative
Yeah.
term.
Yeah.
So, but persistent, you want to persist, right?
That's what I want to examine. Yeah, how did I persist, or is the word even persist? Number one. Number two, how I ended up being continuing to support him. Was I being persistent in doing so?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thanks.
Okay, I'm not sure it will help the group to understand level one learners. Do you know about what is IFS, internal family system? Have you ever heard about that?
Yeah, I think we had a brief, I think in our beginning we had a brief lesson about it.
Yeah, I mentioned it.
Internal.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But I want to hear from Ram about just brief description about IFS and so
Okay.
that which function part of you are activated so we can help you. Maybe there is, I want to say maybe persistent is probably over functioning
Correct.
sometimes, right? So we can
Yeah.
say sorting out the language and your pastoral care with that. So would you be able to guide our level one?
Yeah. 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 I mean, so there's a notion here, right? Basically, there are different parts to all of us, right? And this particularly lays out a certain number of parts, and how do we really connect with each one of them? They're all deeply interrelated in its own way, right? And however, if we are not conscious about that, we may effectively work together. We may just be carried away by one part at the cost of other parts, right? This could become emotional aspects to what do you call? Let me see 1 second. So I'm saying, are you able to hear me? I see your internet is weak. Sign.
No, we're good.
You're good. Okay. One
Oh,
second.
yeah, we paused for a minute for while you were presenting some of that
Oh,
first part. Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
I did. I had a pause, but I thought maybe it was me.
Okay. Yeah. So basically, the theme here is they broadly classify the protective parts and the protected parts of a human being, right? And they talk about there are managers as some parts, and firefighters as some parts, and exiles are the some parts of us. And the overall, the self leadership really revolves around finding out about our parts, focusing on them, inspecting and fleshing them out, and how do we feel towards the part, and even befriending them so that we are comfortable in using that particular part. And certainly the managers that oversee, or at least you want to use the phrase lightly, and they work to avoid triggers. And they work to avoid triggering, getting into the exile mode, aloof mode, or something to that effect, right? They want to really, they seek security with an element of wanting supervisorship or even control, right? And they feel that there is a responsibility or accountability to those parts, right? And the manager parts are the ones they're analyzing, they're optimists or pessimists, they're caretakers, they're perfectionists. That some of these elements I was able to relate to. Whereas the firefighter parts generally are reactive parts. When there is a threat, they take over. Okay. And they're impulsive. Not much thought process goes behind that. And they're capable of distracting or escaping so that they don't want to deal with it. Those are the set of parts that fall under that. And the exiles are often frozen in time. They become immobile. They tend to be extremely sensitive, right? And they can go through the emotional swings. You know, if you look at the window of tolerance, they are hyper aroused or hypo aroused, okay? And the exiles can trigger the firefighters. They can make them reactive, impulsive. Okay. So they play around with these three groupings of managers, exiles, and firefighters. In a way, it shapes our personality for a given circumstance. In a summary, I don't know if I confused you more or if I summarized it.
Yeah, you did well. Yeah.
Thank you. I
Thank
appreciate
you.
that.
Hopefully,
Yeah.
our group got some sense of what is IFS. If you don't understand, it's a great area you can research. There's a book, No Bad Part. There's no bad part, something like that. It
Yeah.
really deeply explains about IFS
Yeah.
and different roles.
Yeah.
It's good science, understanding
Yeah.
human being. So, Ram, what you need?
What I need is an inmate and an internal narrator.
So two
Two people,
volunteers. Yeah.
two volunteers.
I can be your internal moderator.
Okay.
Internal. Thank you. Thank you very much, Alice.
You're welcome.
It's either Emmabeth or you, David. We're a small team today.
I can be inmate.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Emmabeth. Yeah. So we have up to maybe 20 conversations or so I put in.
Okay.
For the sake of one clarity, I just took the crux of the conversation. Second is I removed a lot of foul language that was in the conversation. Okay, there was a lot of foul language he was throwing out. I just didn't want to highlight that. All right, let's get started. Hello, my name is Ram. I'm one of the staff chaplains here. I understand you wanted to see a chaplain for orientation to faith and spiritual support during your time here. How can I support you today?
I got to know from my colleague that he is exploring several views on, oh, I already got to know from my colleague that he's exploring several views on God and even considering himself a Satanist. So IL, visibly tense, scanning me, and then looking at my eyes.
Are you a Hindu?
Yeah, I said I was born into a Hindu family, but I practice Buddhism now. My role here is to care for people of all faiths or no faith at all.
Agitated and voice raised.
I don't trust Hindus. They are all against me. That's why I'm in here, because of one of them.
I notice an immediate tightening in my body, awareness of being perceived as other and possibly unsafe. I ground myself in breath, recalling my role as a non-anxious presence. I recognize transference. He is projecting his past harm onto me.
It sounds like you have had some painful experience that makes it hard to trust.
I felt empathy for him and his pain. He must have endured some unpleasant experience and even been traumatized by previous encounters with Asian Americans.
No
Asian
kidding.
Indians.
I'm sorry, Asian Indians. Yes, that matters. Compassion arose in me.
Still,
And then I3, still in agitated voice.
yeah, they always think they're better. Rich, privileged, God's on their side.
Although he mentioned God, I chose not to focus on that and instead decided to focus on his emotion.
That sounds really frustrating, maybe unfair.
I choose affect labeling, behavioral technique to validate emotional experience rather than content. I avoid defending or correcting his generalization. And then I4, in a frustrated voice or tone,
You are probably the same. How can you even be a chaplain?
I hear that it's hard to feel safe with me right now. If it would help, I can connect you with another chaplain.
Know your voice. Ram, I can't hear you.
Oh, is it? I I
I heard him.
I I hear that it's hard to feel safe with me right now. If it would help, I can connect you with another chaplain. Or if you're
Can
open to it,
anybody hear? I can't.
Yeah, we hear it. Maybe only you not hearing. Yeah.
Okay.
okay.
Oh
Now,
my.
or if you're open to it, we can talk and I can carry to understand what you're going through.
Surprisingly, I wasn't defensive. I intentionally offered choice to restore agency, trauma-informed care principle, and reduce perceived threat. Then at I5, pauses, tone softens lightly.
I guess we can talk.
I felt settled as well and wanted to begin by exploring him.
What's been weighing on you the most right now?
I got anger problems. It's not. That's why I'm here. People push me, and God doesn't do anything.
You
Chaplain's
feel
eye.
let
Oh,
you
sorry.
feel sorry, you feel let down by God?
I wanted to begin a spiritual assessment of some sort.
Yeah, God only helps people with money, not people like me.
I recognize cognitive distortions, overgeneralization, personalization, shaped by the lived experience of injustice. I focus on meaning making rather than theological correction. So then, with a slow, softened voice,
That sounds like a painful belief to carry that you're not seen or supported.
my heart sank and my empathy deepened.
Yeah,
Sorry. Have there been times or places where you did feel connected to something bigger than yourself?
I chose to pursue his spiritual identity formation.
grass, trees, beetles, outside stuff. I got native blood. Out there, I felt something real, like that's God.
I noticed resonance with my eco chaplain identity or echo chaplain. I remain careful not to impose my framework, but to affirm his meaning making.
Nature feels sacred to you?
Yeah, but is that even allowed? Like, can that God? Can that be God?
His voice is very settled and calm, and yet inquisitive.
Many people experience sacred in nature. What matters most is what brings you a sense of connection, grounding, and meaning.
I intentionally avoid doctrinal authority and instead support his internal locus of spiritual authority. And then there's a pause.
You are not what I expected.
I appre-
C,
yeah, go ahead.
C12 is I smiled.
Yeah. I appreciate you staying in conversation even when it felt comfortable at first.
Yeah, I was ready to walk out.
He laughed.
And you choose to stay.
Oh, I smiled at him, and it was heartfelt. I affirm adaptive behavioral reinforcement, highlighting his capacity for regulation and choice.
Can I talk to you again?
He sounded genuine.
I'd be glad to meet you again. We can continue exploring what helps you stay grounded, especially with anger and everything you're facing here. Thank you.
Nice.
Okay, group. Let's go back to verbatim. So I want to reaffirm that you want to make sure your bias, there's an identity related, kind of trauma related, also how you apply your behavioral the
Yeah.
knowledge experience here. Now I want to ask maybe a very fundamental question before jumping into a little bit deeper water. What is his need, or what are his needs? Your assessment for the patient.
So, good question. Thank you. His needs were when he told my colleague that he wants to. When I go to the very first one, so I understand you want. This is the beginning, right? I understand you wanted to be a chaplain for orientation to faith and spiritual support during your time here.
Okay.
That's what he told my colleague, and the colleague said, Ram, you should go take this guy, right? That was the introduction.
Group, what do you see the inmates needs during the conversation? What do you observe?
I thought maybe the inmate's need or was simply to he talk. He needs to talk. He
When
needs
he's
to
talk, okay.
yes, he needs to vent
Mm-hmm.
anger.
Vent anger.
Mhm.
Anyone else?
I I see that he had a bad experience
Mm-hmm.
with some other people, and the moment he saw Ram, he considered him as them. So he said, I don't trust Hindus because I'm here because of them.
So what's his need then, based on his traumatic experience? His needs will be
Safety.
Safety.
There you
Yep.
go. Safety.
Okay.
Yeah.
And we just noticed the two outstanding needs based on our peers' interpretation. First one is a vent anger, which is a strong word and profounding moment, and also safety. Maybe anger is related to. What do you think, Aram? Do you see that? Instead of
Yeah.
the first, his religious experience exploring, that
Correct.
is more like a face level, but in the
Correct.
undercurrent, there is something going on with him.
Correct. Exactly. Absolutely. And yeah, I think this up to almost a C5 was all very reactive conversation based on safety issues and anger issue.
It's anger issue. Yeah.
And this is where the trigger for some of it or most of it is my identity.
Your identity. Yeah. But I'm curious which part based on IFS was reacting to his anger and even his feeling of unsafe with you. Which part?
So I felt like I got into firefighter
Firefighter mode.
mode, right? And I was looking at this line is I at this level my self-confidence was wavering. Okay.
Okay.
That firefighter defense, I didn't want to be defensive on how I sounded. Okay. But deep inside, already my mind is racing. Should I refer to someone else and move on?
Just, yep.
Okay.
Firefighter.
And this line is where I felt I was forcing myself, or I was being persistent here.
Okay.
If I didn't say this line, the conversation could have ended.
Okay. I'm curious when any inmate express feelings or words against you and your identity. You just mentioned the firefighter. But in terms of IFS, have you ever felt that you being like an exile?
I was in exile, but I felt there's a dual forces in work. I don't know how to frame it in the IFS context yet, because one, my orientation is I want to protect the inmates. That's
You want
my
to protect it. Okay.
right. On one side, I have the protective tendency, caring tendency. However, that got overwhelmed by my identity as a threat. So how can I, burning in flame, can offer him help?
Okay. So let's go a little bit deeper. Why you want to help him in this situation? So you're now more like a manager role here
Yeah,
too.
correct, exactly. And this line was really the manager role, or at least a forced manager role. That's right, because I'm opening it to making it a choice, but knowing well in my mind for an inmate, very rarely they say no to that, because they always accommodate. Okay, it's a false sense of, we think we are giving them a choice in a very confined, forced environment. Very rarely, if not never, I've seen what their answer is going to be. So it didn't. In my mind, I felt I wasn't very genuine when I said this. Did I force myself on him? Because my experience is, would you like to talk? The answer is always yes.
So is it true to say that his bias, his trauma or
Yeah,
traumatic experience transferred to you, it
correct.
triggered your kind of feeling? Okay.
Correct, exactly.
Okay.
And that was I captured here in terms of the transference part and traumatized by previous encounter. And I recognize the
You did.
transference. He's
Yeah.
projecting his past harm onto me, right? And this is where the generalization and some other aspects were underlying that. So I looked upon the generalization, or more in the comments, what happens as a result of the trig and how the communication energy and the content changes when you are triggered.
It seems you did really well, but based on your request, we can definitely go a little bit deeper. And
Okay.
in terms of IFS or how we can join him, can we go a little bit up? Can you go at the beginning?
Yeah.
So you see, one is seems to me good. And when he said, "Are you a Hindu?"
Mhm.
So is that the beginning of the kind of
Yeah. He looked at me. See, I didn't explain this. I was sitting in a small room, and the door opens, and the guy sees me. As soon as he makes an eye contact, he didn't even sit down.
Oh my. Yeah, that's a kind of threat. That's a polyvagal system. It's a
Correct.
threat is coming. Yeah.
Yeah. And right then, I was very defensive answering his question here.
Yeah.
I didn't even say, please have a seat.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
He's standing at the door. I'm sitting, and I answered the question.
Yeah. I'm not sure about are you Hindu? I mean, sometimes people call me, are you North Korean? Oh my goodness. So it's kind of moment, but this moment, spiritual care moment, what you say C2 is I was born into Hindu family, but I practice Buddhism now. My role is to care for people for all faiths and no faith, or it's a really general
Correct.
announcements for giving him, you try to give him safe space. That's wonderful.
You say, thank you for saying that, but I didn't feel that way. I felt I gave a blank
Let's go.
statement,
Let's go
right?
deeper. Let's go
Yeah,
deeper.
I felt I gave a blank statement without ignoring him completely and
Mm-hmm.
giving my charter and scope.
Mm-hmm. You did. This is like a more wave. You know what I'm saying? This is
Yeah,
not push. You getting into the water. You wave. I was born in. So
like
here, C2. How can you join when somebody say, "Are you Hindu?"
I could have said, I could have said, because this key face is visibly tense, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I see his eyes. He's not even blinking. His eyes are wide open, right? And I could have said, is it okay? Are you concerned?
That's good. Always when this kind of challenge moment, we have two choices. One is explanation.
Yeah,
Second one is explore.
explore, right, right, right.
So seems to me C2 is really general, regular chaplain giving
I'm going to
statement.
take some notes here. Yeah,
It's an
yeah,
explanation.
yeah. I could have explored,
Yes,
right?
that's kind of something we group wants to join. How can we join, explore? Are you a
Right,
Hindu
right.
group? Any thought?
Thank you. That's beautiful. Yeah.
How can we explore his statement? Are you a Hindu? With a visibly tense scanning top to bottom and
Yeah,
looking at my eyes. Are you Hindu? This is a threatening moment.
yeah, yeah,
So how can we bring a non-anxious creating space by exploring? This is a very critical moment. It's
yeah.
a very critical moment. Group, explore. Please jump in. How can you?
And I could sympathize or empathize with you on that feeling. Um, I sometimes when people do that to me and I answer like answering the question, um, I feel myself getting caught in it because sometimes I think it doesn't, sometimes I want to ask them a question
Mm.
to say, why do you ask?
Yeah.
Oh,
Ah,
that's ready to fight. Yeah, why do you
right.
Yeah.
ask?
Well, I mean, it's an illegitimate question. So, in my opinion, I mean, in my
Yeah.
mind, that's what I would be thinking, right? I would be like, this is not, this doesn't even sound like it's about me,
Uh,
uh, right?
so
It
how can
doesn't
you?
sound like this is about you. Are you a Hindu? He needs to know something.
Yeah.
And
Then how can
so,
you join?
Yeah,
oh, I
That's
know. This
question.
is
How
what
can you
I'm
join?
thinking.
yeah,
Uh, what is your experience with Hindu?
yeah,
I would want him
Hmm.
to tell me why.
Explore. Yeah, good.
Yeah, being Hindu is so important to him.
yeah,
What is it? What do you have an experience with Hindu? I mean,
yeah,
something
yeah,
I know that I would ask a question. I, I, I mean, I think that answering the question kind of gives into the game, right? So it gives into the interrogation or whatever, uh,
mm,
feeling interrogated, or at least, or feeling targeted or even discriminated against.
yeah.
So
So
as a, yeah.
sorry, that's a great point, Annalise. It came a little late, right? It
Mhm.
sounds like you have a painful experience, right? That
Yeah.
something came in, but somehow I could have formed a bridge here to join him easily.
Yeah, there was something
Okay,
up there that you could have
right.
jumped it and
So
helped him
basically,
redirect
yeah.
it.
So there was this is where I felt like I added fuel to the flame.
Yeah, I know. I'm
Right?
trusting.
Yeah, my answer wasn't helpful to him, so it actually added more agitation. From
Yeah.
visibly tense, he moved to agitation and raised the voice.
That's a great reflection. That's great internal conversation.
Yeah.
So if I were in this situation, maybe it's case by case, because Ram, you notice his body language,
Yeah,
which is also really important. Body
yeah,
language is everything. So probably, oh, I'm surprised. Maybe for me, I am surprised. Must be something happened to you, or
yeah,
more like a joining, exploring
yeah,
question would be, yeah,
yeah, yeah.
yeah. I don't know what
Yeah, or
exactly it is.
tell me your experience with Hindus, or something that, like you said, draws it out of them. Like, why would it? Why? I find it very interesting that he could even ask you Hindu, right? Maybe
Yeah,
not Muslim, not I just, unless he's very knowledgeable. Uh,
yeah.
I don't think most people are that knowledgeable about.
So
I would
that's no. I'll add one thing to it. I should have put this in the comment, which I'm now. It's coming to my mind now. I wasn't really thinking that much even when I wrote this. Part of my answer came from this. I was born into this. Is I already feel like I'm unqualified to deal with this. This is my self esteem took a hit.
Or
Yeah.
defensive. Yeah.
Defensive. Yeah.
You're in exile mode here.
Yeah. Yes.
I would say if I had that, because I had that kind of experience before. So I would say, because you said he didn't even sit, he just walked
Mhm.
in, saw your face, and his face was not, pleasant. So I would say, I would have said, "Oh, welcome. You
Yeah.
can have a seat and we can talk."
Yeah.
Why is that? Why you want to
Because,
say that?
because it will give me time to think about what to answer to him in the meantime. So buy time and process in your mind, and then you will be able to bridge the gap. That's what I would think.
So have a seat, and you can have a seat.
And we
Yeah,
can.
yeah, might be.
So might be Emma, but I think you're onto you're onto something there. He's angry and tense, right? So that was a little bit. I was unprepared for it. That's one way I would put it. Okay. So to Reverend James's point, that pushed me into the exile mode or the defensive mode because of being unprepared, unmindful, or my presence got shaken very quickly.
Yeah.
Because the normal encounter would have been he will say the name and I would say, yes, come on in, have a seat. Okay, that would have been typically every visit goes. And then we have some small warm-up talk and gradually we get into this. This one completely was unscripted to my preparation on how it started.
It is. Yeah, it is. It's really,
It is.
especially for immigrants like all of us. Are you Korean? Ah, no, I'm Korean.
Like slap on the face.
But
Yeah, yeah,
when typically my facility, I've been there many years, so they know me. I'm Korean. But new
yeah,
guy coming in and ask this question, then with a tense body language is important. If
Yeah.
smiling, are you Korean? Oh, I can answer with a smiling face, but
yeah,
body language, Ram noticed it.
yeah,
So the body language is transferred. I'm definitely sure Ram, my body is also
yeah,
responding.
yeah.
That's why he gave a wave and a little bit of a defensive general
The-
answer C2. So
yeah,
maybe you need to think about more. How can I join in this setting?
correct.
Will be more next time,
Yeah,
more effective joining spiritual care. I don't know what that is, but if I were, I can say, wow, sounds like you had a lot of story with Hindus.
yeah, yeah,
Yeah. That would
Hmm.
be
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
And then maybe he will explore. We don't just explain things.
yeah,
And C4 is really amazing. It sounds like you did C3. C3. You did it. It sounds like you have some painful. You did it here. You make it a hard trust.
Yeah,
I think this is a transitional moment for him, opening his heart, and then
correct.
your feeling is very strong empathy.
Yeah,
And notice that from your anxious or a little bit defensive exile feeling, you all of a sudden reflected as self-manage and changed to empathy. How
correct.
did happen? How did it happen?
Like I said, the energy. What I think about in visits is I have the protective mindset towards an inmate.
Protect.
They are beautiful people. They have an unfortunate situation. I want to be able to not rescuer, but be able to go more like a supporter or a coach. And
Wonderful.
that is the orientation I have in general. And I worked hard at it over the last many years to have that under, which is, I don't care who they are, what they did, why none of them matters.
Yeah.
Okay? I just want to go hold them up. And it's almost like a virtual hug. That's what mentally I'm prepared for every inmate I see.
Yeah, I see that
Yeah.
too.
Yeah. And because that energy is the most important energy for me in this role I take.
Yeah. C1 and C2 and then I1, I2, there's a tension there. You did self-supervision
Yeah.
and you certainly change. It sounds like this is definitely joining
Yeah.
and getting into his feeling. And you mentioned about empathy. I think this is a transitional moment for the conversation, rest of it. And then, then he begins sharing I3.
Yeah.
Yeah. A little bit of
So
defense, yeah. And
he's still in an agitated
I
voice,
say
right?
voice.
And this is where he threw a lot of F words.
He began
Right.
sharing anyway. If he is
Yeah.
still
Yeah.
negative, he'll say, "Go away."
Yeah.
Sometimes says it, "Go away."
Yeah.
What the? And then
Right. Exactly. Right.
But he opens here.
Yeah. Exactly.
So you still have a bias at the moment?
No, I don't have. I mean, he doesn't. I don't know if he has the bias, but the fact he spelt it out encouraged me. Okay. This is more than what I expected at that point.
Okay.
Okay. And this is where I wanted to still stay with this emotion, although he brought in the God word first time. I made a deliberate choice. Okay, let's come to God in a minute, but I want to focus on how he is feeling right now. Okay.
Sounds great. Yeah.
Right, that was the main thing. And this is where I picked up the notion of following his behavioral aspect than the content of the conversation. If I picked the content of the conversation, I would have chased about who is your God or how did you come to God. I could have gone that direction. And subsequently, I went there. But at this point, I chose, no, let's not pick that thread.
That's
It's
great. Yeah. It's great self-supervision. Yeah.
Yeah.
And here, I4, you are probably the same. Oh, he's going back. How can he be your
You're a
chaplain?
chaplain, yeah.
Oh, that's insulting.
Yeah, F in chaplain is what he said. But I think by this time, I was settled. It didn't affect me as much
Yes.
as my initial thing.
I noticed it. It's completely different than I2,
Yeah,
C2. Your
yeah,
answer
yeah,
C5 is, I hear that. It's hard to feel safe. Oh, this is beautiful.
yeah. And that
And
was, yeah. Go ahead. Sorry.
go ahead. You process already.
Yeah. And this is where this all happened on Tuesday, Monday this week, right? It's only for 3 days ago. And I wrote this a little bit Monday night and most of it Tuesday. And I keep thinking, should I have stopped the visit right here? Okay. Did I persist? Right? Was I trying to become a hero? Was I trying to become a rescuer? Was I trying to not take this as a failure if I walked away? Right? There are a lot of other thoughts that are coming in as to why I did not end the visit right here and refer to another chaplain.
And based on your words and why you ask if you're open to it, we can talk and I can try to understand what you're going through.
Yeah.
Why did you say that then?
I said that to almost, I want to say, to appease him, right? I want to make sure he softens up from his frustrated tone
Hmm.
that I'm vested in supporting you, but am I even the right guy?
But what I see is a little bit differently, Ram. When you
Hmm.
say, I hear that his heart feels safe right now, if it will help, I can connect you with another chaplain. That means that you stop.
Yeah.
Then if I'm an inmate, oh my goodness, this is the same guy. He wants to stop and going somewhere. But you offer him, or if you
Good.
open. So I see that, oh, Ram this chaplain is giving me a choice.
Excellent perspective. I didn't think of that. Thank you. Yeah.
This is
Yeah.
great moment to me. What
Yeah.
about group?
Yeah.
Group, any thought?
Yeah, I thought so too. I think you've given I think his where his outcome or his he said this is what I expected is just really a compliment to you because
Yeah.
he was
Yeah.
pleasantly surprised with you. You won him over, and I don't know if that's really what you were trying to do, or maybe that's not a good use of words, but he felt safe with you.
Yeah, this is the moment. If
Mhm.
this problem or issue was unprocessed in us, it's a threat to
Uh,
us, then maybe I will stop. It's not too much for me. I hear
yeah.
you some not safe. I'll connect to another chaplain, which means unconsciously I don't want to talk to you
Yeah,
either.
very
Yeah.
well.
But
Yeah.
Ram
Thank you.
is what I see from C3 and C5 is one of Ram's favorite language, boundless compassion. He already
Yeah.
mentioned empathy
Yeah.
is pitching in here,
Yeah.
or we can have a time here. I think
Okay.
this is great opening. It's
Thank
really
you.
warm energy is coming to me.
Yeah.
So it's I5, I guess we can talk.
Yeah. And the key is his voice gets softening nicely,
Yeah. Wow.
right? So this is where he's coming into window of tolerance slowly from over agitated state or a hyperarousal. He's drifting into some kind of I am starting to feel safety right now, potentially. Yeah.
Yeah. This is one of great examples noticing our patients or clients inmates body language.
Yeah.
And Ram first before our president, Ram mentioned about polyvagal system,
Yeah.
which is all about threat, 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 threat. And his body is now softening. Ram
Yeah.
is not anymore threat.
Yeah. Yeah.
So this is
And that
great movement here.
yeah, that moves him into window of tolerance, as we call it. And then his eyelids are not eyes are not as dilated. You can really see the
Mm.
softening in the eyes as well. Yeah.
So within short conversation, I noticed a lot of energy exchange between you and inmates, and
Correct.
finally
Yeah.
creating safe space for him. You did it.
Yeah.
And go to C. Oh, see, I6.
I6. And
You open. You just create a space for him. I6. He said, "I got anger problems. I snap. Oh, that's why I'm here. People push me. That God doesn't do anything. He claims he blames everybody. So what's behavioral science behind him? Any notice?
avoidance,
Avoidance. What about trauma?
trauma, big time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is Chaplin's great moment, all Chaplin's great moment when patients say that I got anger problem, snap, and their emotion, anger. This is a trauma informed spiritual care moment.
Right. Right.
We are
Right.
informed that they're trauma.
Yeah.
And then C7, how can we join based on trauma informed narrative, I6? Ram did a great
Yeah.
job. You feel let down by God.
Yeah.
That's good. Can we go
Yeah.
deeper?
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you for sharing that. And my first thought in the recognizing the trauma, however it is I want to tap into his agency and
Mm.
give them a choice.
Give them a choice.
In a trauma-informed care, the most important thing I'm still learning is instead of pushing them in a corner to ask a yes/no question, or even open-ended questions may have a limited value. But if I give them if I touch into their agency and remind them, you have choice.
Yeah.
Hmm?
Mm.
And then that was a line I picked when I say, the one you are relying on, did you feel let down by God?
Mm.
My intent from that point on is to figure out what other choices can come out for him
Mm.
based on that question.
Mm. Spiritual assessment. Yeah, he's
Yeah,
traumatized. Yeah.
yeah,
And then doubly traumatized by living in a prison.
correct.
You feel let down by God.
Mm.
Any suggestions, group? If you notice someone is really, really heavily, multiply and doubly traumatized, finally opening the moment to you, how can you join? Now here, Ram is giving spiritual assessment direction, which I agree. But before giving more spiritual assessment, because the spiritual assessment can be happening in us later, not leading them to spiritual assessment, but
Mm.
his anger and everything, how can we join? Because join is exploring.
Mm-hmm. Mm.
If
Mm.
somebody is coming to you, I'm angry, I'm so upset, and everybody hates me, God hates me, and how would you answer to that individual group? Please join.
May-
David,
Maybe you can offer some kind of meaning.
what kind of meaning?
I mean, spiritual meaning uh,
Mm.
about life and why he's going through what he's going through that particular encounter.
So giving him meaning is a joining.
Yeah, I mean, some kind of, I mean, giving some sort of reassurance, presence of reassurance.
Would it be possible before giving him an assurance, can you join? Join first? That's a already trauma statement here. How can we join a patient? And then later, we can certainly give assurance and comfort. Ram did it really beautifully. But I want to encourage all the group, think a little bit one layer down, because this is a great moment, trauma language. How can we?
Acknowledge that he is angry by saying, "Oh, you feel angry when people push and God is not doing anything."
Acknowledge is key. That's great,
Mm.
Amabed.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Nice, nice.
Acknowledge. He's angry right now. I'm
Mm-hmm.
angry. When I'm angry, someone is trying to comfort me. I don't listen. And when I'm angry, someone says, "Oh my goodness, that's a lot." That's a breathtaking moment. My body is tense by listening to you. Just simply joining, then this inmate will definitely feel that, oh my, this guy is definitely different. What do you think, Rob?
That's beautiful. Actually, I'm just reflecting a little bit more. Is yeah, the one other thing that came, you feel let down by God, and I could have used some of this language there,
Yeah, right. Yeah.
right? Yeah,
Yeah. Remember, Caroline gave us a lecture about
open-ended
open-ended questions. You feel let down by God is more like a leading question.
question,
Yeah,
correct?
leading question. Instead of leading,
Yeah,
open-end or joining will be,
yes.
yeah.
So I could have shortened this if I really gone into this, joining him and also acknowledging to Emmabet's point, it
Mm-hmm.
would have shaped, because based on this, the trigger still was working in him, and because he said he's still in his mind angry at people who are rich.
Mm-hmm. 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 He's really traumatized.
Yeah.
Okay, can
Good.
you go down a little bit more? A little bit more. A little bit more.
It's almost to the end. Yeah.
Yeah, almost to the end.
Yeah. This is it.
So, how was your feeling when he asked, "Can I talk to you again?" This is great moment.
Yeah. I
This is
felt
amazing.
there was a sense of a chillness, as a word that came to my mind. On partly, I felt like I connected with him, but the other part is, thank you, I didn't fail.
No, you didn't
Right?
fail. Yeah.
Right? So I have that constant, that is my inner trauma. I always want that inner child to get good feedback from others. Right?
Okay.
And I felt like, phew, I didn't fail.
Okay.
Yeah.
For me, inmate was a little bit negative and
Yeah.
based on trauma informed his lifestyle
Yeah.
and projecting everything to you. Your self supervision is throughout the disprobe and well presented. And I noticed that you know your biases and his biases definitely. And C5 is a moment that you create a moment, and then I 14 is the one confirmation. This is
Yeah. Oh,
outcome.
nice.
Yeah. So when spiritual care assessment, we always go to creating meaning with our inmates or our caregivers. That has to be confirmation part. This is it. Can I talk to you again? This is really strong confirmation part. So this is
Yeah.
really self supervision is good. Bias self supervision is good. Some portion we discussed it. Exploration will be much better, but
Yeah.
jail setting you can go back again.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
Exactly.
yeah, yeah.
Exactly.
That's a
Thank you.
beauty. That's a beauty of jail setting.
Yeah. My, if I may add, my learning here is I'm learning to integrate the behavioral science into the conversation,
Beautiful. Yeah.
noticing and integrating. I still have a ways to go to really bring the SCT process along with the behavioral science. I think there were a few areas I could have done different here for sure. Yeah.
Yeah. That's the
Thank
beauty
you.
of jail working. You can do
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
I wanna I
Yeah.
wanna read more about your analysis part. I was so curious about it.
Yeah.
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 Can you?
So yeah, the analysis basically, these are the words highlighted. What I wrote as soon as the meeting is over,
Mm-hmm.
when I take notes, and that's the first thing that stuck with me, right? So that I can build a story on what I'm going to write at a later point, right? So it was through a threat-based, identity-driven perspective. Right, that's
Yeah.
right off the bat. That's where it started, right?
Great. Yeah.
And I don't trust in those. They're all against me. Is a hypervigilance projection,
Projection.
or
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
And then it gets into anger, impulsivity, and spiritual distress. This is part of the reason why he's in the crossroads,
Yeah. Yeah.
right? And for some reason, I mean, obviously we know some extent his past, why he suffered a significant moral injury, and that really, I use the word carefully, locus of control, because he lost faith in himself. He's looking for something outside, and everything outside he touched has failed him in the past.
Mm. Mm.
Okay, so he's looking on some kind of an outside entity that's going to control, give him some sense of confidence, right? And what it generated because of that fact is he has a deep sense of mistrust and conflict-prone tendencies. That is his default outward behavior. He leads with not trusting anyone coming to his. I'm here to help. Yeah, right. Kind of,
Okay.
right. But however, I do think over the conversation, he was adaptive. He was resonant in the sense the conversation tone changed on the due course of the conversation. The fact it changed is a positive sign. So there is some sort of, I use the phrase, I don't know if this is the right one, adaptive coping skills. So he was still in the coping mode, but he is able to adapt into the coping to find some, I call it settle. I don't call it peace or whatever, but I call it he's ready to go towards a settled mode.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and we didn't touch on it, but he really made a lot of sense the way he said about nature and the native blood he talked about
That's
was
good.
very meaningful, right? And that became a good thread. And the irony is when he mentioned that he still wanted an external validation, right? Is that even allowed? Can I have nature as my God?
He's a
Okay,
seeking. He's a seeking.
he's
Yeah.
seeking permission. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
right. I mean, that showed his ability to process it in a way, and he still look for an external locus to support him. Somebody needs to assure him, yes, it's okay to have nature.
Yeah, good
Right.
assessment.
Yeah, I need to work on that part of it further. Anyway, yeah.
So
So,
go
yeah, go
ahead.
ahead, sir. That's it. Go ahead.
So any area that you want to read to as you're concluding this one,
Yeah,
or
yeah.
your theology or behavioral science, whatever.
Yeah, I mean, the thing I wanted to, I actually wrote down the
Oh, you did.
alternate of based on how I could have said, right, at C3, C8, C10, right? And
You
I sort
did.
this is my self-criticism mode, right? So I felt like I could have done differently,
Yeah.
okay? So, for example, if it's a God only helps rich, it feels like you all commented, it feels like you've been overlooked or treated unfairly, even by God,
Uh-huh.
right? Then that would have essentially been not only joining him, but essentially supporting him at the same time,
Mm.
right? And also reinforce this nature connection. Yes, what is it about nature? It's trustworthy. I
That's
really,
right.
right? I could have given him more rational to say you're thinking on the right way.
Okay.
And anyway, the other one I wanted to share is my own reflection is I'm still building confidence in providing real-time behavior support, such as grounding techniques and tracking triggers, right? I saw some of it being more reactive in my part in terms of how I prepared going in and seeing him. And this is an area probably a little bit more action, reflection, new action work is going to help me to integrate these new tools or the new aspects. Okay, that's one. Uh,
What about your philosophy or theology?
Theology, it's fairly simple in the sense the caring itself is a form of a religion, right? There is we stick on an entity called a religion as against the process of caring itself is a religion. That continues to work in me, and almost more often I say my religion is caring and my path is Buddhist path. Right?
Okay.
So yesterday I spent 2.5 hours at a homeless shelter in Gilroy after serving lunch with them, and I got invited to women of domestic violence to form a compassion circle, even teach them meditation. My first apprehension is, as a male, would I even be the right guy to support victims of domestic violence? So I asked them around. I left the room. They felt comfortable. And I slowly talked my language into knowing some of this trauma informed care. At the end, everyone came and gave me a hug.
That's wonderful.
I mean, that is just, I literally cried. That's about one of the most meaningful moments in your life,
Yeah.
right? Right? Like jail, these people have a compromised location. This is not where I want to be, but I have to be here now, kind of a jail setting. And they are in a collective environment with so many other troubled people. Even that is also not a collective environment, isn't a preferred as well. And to have a compassion circle and take them through a meditation process, and the reception I got after that was all tied to the same spiritual reflection, theological reflection on my part.
Wonderful.
How much there is a starving for caring in our society, right? There's a starvation of caring in our society is the thought I'm carrying right now, right? And this guy arrived with a suffering marked with anger, delusion, and fear, right? And my reflection in my role was not to correct his beliefs or defend my identity, but invoke compassion and equanimity. Right. In fact, last night in my Buddhist Sangha, this was the topic of my talk, equipoise or equanimity. Right. By staying present, managing my own reactions, not taking to projections personally, I was practicing a form of non attachment to self. I don't want to make this about me and how I feel. This is a core teaching of Anatta teaching called not self-teaching from Buddha. So he can criticize my role. It's not going to impact me. There's a
No.
difference between those
Yep.
two things, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then there is a notion of what is the dependent origination, which is essentially the causes and conditions underlying. So I don't pay attention deeply to what they're saying. I can think about the circumstances from which they have moved into this position. I tell many inmates, if I were born in your circumstances, lived through your same circumstances, I would have been in your seat right now. Right? I just give the conditionality plays a big role as much as, so I want them to discern between the act they did to who they are two different entities, and the dependent origination teachings comes very handily for me in that regard. Right?
You put a
And when
lot
it
here.
right, and when you talked about nature, that gave me a gateway to interconnectedness. He's like me. He's like me, right? He was beautiful in a sense, right? And then I focused on my mind aspect and the notion of Eightfold Path and all the stuff. And the last one I want to share is when the conflict or whatever that the identity thing came, I distinctly noticed an opportunity to discern if I'm going to be very honest about Indians and how they are, who they are, and all the stuff. I didn't become a defender of Indians community here. Okay, there's a part of it that says, honestly, I think I need to set my record straight about my compatriots, if you want to call that. However, the choice, the tension and the choice I had to make is honesty is less important than my pastoral support. I felt that was more ethical thing to do at that point, given my role at that instant. Right. And the last one I want to share is why I didn't confront. I want to really be a witness of one's suffering. And this gave me a full, clear view of what does suffering look like when he's been harmed by a particular identity. And that really got me thinking into he got dehumanized. And that stuck with him deeply. Anyway,
Okay.
I'll stop there.
Okay. Well, I think this can be a good, if you pursue board certification, this can be a really good
Thank you.
BCC material. Okay. By the way, because of time boundary, welcome back, Caroline. You came back. I noticed it. And okay, Skip is still here. We give you really good time as you requested. So Ram, I want to go to two process. First one, can you give Ram a very short, your last comments, if you have any thought? Last comment for Ram? Anybody? How was his verbatim to you? And any thought?
Yes, Ram. I would say that your verbatim was very well presented, and also just you were very brave in meeting with this inmate. Very brave and handled him with grace and but also allowed for him to experience you. So I really appreciated it.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Saram, thank you so much for your professional presentation. I think this is very advanced form of
It is.
verbatim, but I think it's something that is very interesting to explore.
Mhm.
The fact that you are trying to integrate chaplaincy with behavioral
Science.
science, I think is a very, extraordinary way to go. And I appreciate your effort in taking that direction. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, great comment. Ram, you say you're muted.
Sorry, I blame I blame Reverend James for giving me this line of thinking. I know there was an indicator on behavior science, but James opened a big door for me.
Oh, yeah, thank you. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. Oh, well, thank you, Ram. You have given us a very detailed but hard work of chaplaincy. That's the way I see it. It is very hard to be able to take in the patient and continue from being resistant to being calm and being appreciative. So that is a big change throughout I saw, and it was wonderful. To answer your question, you said at the beginning, were my responses in the encounter factored in the behavioral health aspect of me as well as the inmates? And I would say yes.
Thank you.
But you have
Thank you.
even indicated in many places, so it was.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Hey,
Beautiful.
Caroline, you when did you
Yeah.
come? I didn't notice that.
I came in about midway, so Ram, if you'd
Oh,
be open to emailing me your document, I'd love to. It helped me catch up, and I'll catch up on video too. But I just wanted to say thank you for sharing also your analysis and your reflections, because I think you approach that with a depth that helps me understand
Yeah.
those questions even better,
Yeah.
as I think about the verbatims I've done. So just, I think, endlessly grateful to get to learn from you, Ram.
No worries.
right.
No worries.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you for all your feedback. This is why I call it I call it a fourth unit beginner.
Poor TV.
Right. There's always something new to learn. Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah. It's final words from your heart, Ram. How was this verbatim to you?
Yeah. I mean, on one side, there is in my mind there is always a calling why two humans are in this tiny 4 by 4 room to have this encounter as a beginning of a new relationship, because he may be there for months and years, who knows. Okay, that's one aspect. The second aspect is it's immensely meaningful to know that I can continue the connection with him and contribute in a way that he can find his own spirituality.
Mm,
It's a very rewarding aspect of this profession.
yeah.
Yeah, that's how I
Thank
end
you.
it. Thank you. Yeah.
I think Skip wants to say something, but I don't know what he wants to say. But so I just swing. Good job. Good job. Good job.
Yeah, yeah,
I'll send
yeah.
this video to Skip. All right, Ram, this is great verbatim. I really enjoyed
Thank
it. The depth and the width and everything is really strong. And I see a lot of good things in your verbatim. Send it to me. And let's take a 10-minute break. I will see you. My time is 4:57. Your time is maybe 1:57. See you later. How are your group doing?
Hanging in here, barely.
Barely.
I don't feel good all of a sudden, too. Oh,
Oh my.
well, you know what happens after you've been going so fast, so fast, so fast, and then you just crash. So, but I'm okay.
Yeah.
I will
The body
make it
keeps a
through.
score. Yeah, your body
Yes,
takes
that's
so
right.
much. Yeah.
Yes, I think after class today, I'll go to sleep immediately.
Mm-hmm.
Sleepy today.
Yeah, we can do what we can do. Yeah. Just
Mhm.
that's okay. So, analyst, are you ready for your verbatim?
Yes, I did prepare. A couple missing pieces, but I prepared. Yes, 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 yes. I'm here.
Okay.
All
So I
right.
give Ram more time because Ram asked me before.
Okay.
So I wonder, analyst, do you need more time or just okay with 40 minutes, 45 minutes?
Oh, I'm okay with that. Yeah,
Okay,
I am.
that's good then.
Hmm. No, it was a good presentation by Ron. I'm glad he had more time. Okay, sharing now. It's, okay. Oh, make it bigger. Okay. All right. Well, like everybody else, I'm glad this is my last one. I really appreciated these opportunities to reflect on visits. This visit happened just last Sunday. I think that was Sunday was the 29th. I was informed by a colleague that there was a newborn who was in the neonatal intensive care unit. And uh, this is just the background. And then um, the evening before I arrived on that day, it was just the father who was present because mother was recovering from giving birth. But I was called to the unit by Nurse Hannah at around 10:30 a.m. that day, and that was during my shift, and mother was present as well. The nurse said that she felt the family could use some support because they just got some really devastating news about their baby girl. Um, the doctor gave them two options, and according to mom, neither one was good. So that was the what's behind it. I was therefore showing up right after that, which is, well, I wasn't excited about that. Um, so I was showing up immediately following this communication that felt like a death sentence to this family. I said, I'm not sure what to call that in the world of chaplaincy. I need some conceptualizing, some help conceptualizing that. Um, and because I work on Sundays, that is often the case. So I'm walking into a death in progress or one impending death almost every weekend, during the week as well, but definitely on the weekends. So I said, I am seeking, this is the question I'm seeking from a chaplain's perspective. What's the purpose of this visit for myself? Um, this family did not articulate a religious presence or should, it's supposed to be preference at all. Uh, and it was really the nurse who was no longer in the room when I arrived who wanted me to be there. And
Hmm.
that is very common. It's just that I'm not assigned to that unit. When I cover the hospital, I'm assigned to the whole hospital, not just to one unit. And we do have chaplains who are assigned to certain units. So I'm asking you again, feedback and how you might have conceptualized the purpose of this visit. How would each of you have entered the room? Is there anything I could have done differently? Indicators I was looking at for myself had to do with teamwork and collaboration because whenever I get a call from a nurse, you know, that's I'm collaborating with them to be present with a patient and family for spiritual care or caregiving or emotional caregiving, whatever it is that's happening. I did ask the nurse what specifically she was thinking they needed, and she didn't really say. So I was walking in very blind to this moment. Okay. Um, let's see. My colleague, on the other hand, again, he had already given me a good update. The prognosis for the 1-day-old child was not good at all. And the father, again, the father arrived ahead of time. So when I received the call, I was in my office, or I was in our little cubby hole area. So I was really able to give the family my attention. Like I wasn't on my way to something else and had to stop what I was doing and get there. But this visit was very, very heavy with emotion, very heavy. The purpose was to provide support, comfort, answer the referral of one of the nurses, and I'm going to update this because this week is, as I said earlier, this week has just been bananas for me. So I was pushing to get everything written and on the desk before today. Okay, so what I'll need is
We just
basically.
stop here.
Oh, sure,
Yeah.
sure. Thank you.
Okay. Can you go to the top, very top?
Uh-huh. Yes.
So race and ethnicity in non-given.
Yeah.
What does it mean?
It means sometimes parents do not identify on paper or anything. They don't give the name or they don't identify. You have the right to not self-identify. So, and what I mean is physically I can look at someone, but it's up to them to say who they are. That's how I approach that.
But if you
So,
give us some definition of it.
well, a woman who looked phenotypically white, it didn't mean she is white. She could have been Latina, and a man who looked Mexican or Latinx.
There are age groups.
Oh, I would put 40-ish, 40, early 40s, and maybe under 40.
Any children or family?
Oh, yes, I'm so sorry. I thought I said a sister was in the room. Just one sister was present.
Okay.
Mhm.
All right. So your learning goal is conceptualizing your focus.
The
What is
purpose.
it? Purpose
Yeah.
of the visit.
Mm-hmm.
That's very metaphysical, and also realistically, all we are struggling with that question every time. So that's good. Good to know.
Good. Yeah.
Group, I want to give you a chance to ask some questions to get the picture of this visit clearly.
Yes, please.
Annalise, my question is, your care is not basically for the child.
All
It's
right. Definitely. Yeah.
so it
And
is.
in this case, the child is only barely 1 day old or just 1 day old. So, right. I was called to care for the parents.
Yeah. So why did we make it for the parents, not for the child, right? Why?
Mhm.
Well, I don't discount the child in pediatric as we do it in the hospital. It is still very patient focused. If we're caring for the parents, we're caring for the child.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Good. Good.
that helps.
Wow, this is heavy stuff, Annalise.
Mhm.
I mean, bless your heart that you're taken on this role. This is a much needed chaplain's role, because I can only imagine I had in the first 2 units. One of my peers was a pediatric hospice chaplain. I mean, he made us cry every time he presented a verbatim. It's as simple as that. And it touches us deeply at the human level. And you're asking very much the same question here. It speaks to the depth and how you're approaching your profession. Kudos to you. Kudos to you. This is our calling. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions, guys? Okay, I'm just curious about. Can you go down a little bit more? Can you go
Sure.
down a little bit? Background,
Yes.
personal status. Can you give us more in detail? Your not your
My
physical.
personal, I hear this as what is my personal status? What was I doing?
Yeah.
What was going on with me? And I can revise this, but really all I'm saying is I was in a calm state, right? I was working in my office at the time. We've just gone from one system to Epic, so we're all learning how to use Epic, and so this call came when I was very calm. My personal status was I had uh, finished, I have a little bit of a routine on Sundays, so I had finished that and I was at my desk. So
Any visits before this visit? How many visits you made it, or this is the
on
first
that
visit?
day, I don't think there was a visit that day before this visit. I think it was my first visit of the day. That would be good to write there. Hmm
Okay, very fresh. Okay.
hmm But okay, so when I get to the hospital, I visit the morgue. I mean, there's a lot of things that happen before I head into, well, as I start my shift. But yeah, this was the first visit where I'm responding to a spiritual consult or call
Yeah.
specifically. Hmm
Tell me more about your visit to morgue.
Oh, every shift, especially on a Sunday. There's a couple things I have to do. The Eucharistic ministry, they have a list of patients who want to be seen by priests. I drop that off in the chapel, but I also visit the morgue at the start of every Sunday shift so that I know who is in our morgue in case a parent calls and they're asking about their child. So I can't remember if I presented once that a parent called me and got really mad at me
You did, yeah.
because yeah, I didn't know. So that's now a part of my ritual, and I also go to bear witness to the life that's in our morgue. This hospital experiences a lot of death. There is a lot of death. Pretty much there's been at least one death every Sunday that I'm there. But yeah, well, I would say they've been measuring it with metrics and stuff like that. So I make sure that I know who's in our morgue before I start or at the top of my shift every time.
So you said you use word ritual.
Yeah. In meaning just a practice that I do. It is something that I do to go to the morgue every time I'm there. Actually, I try to make it every shift I cover, not just on Sundays, but it is part of my walk in
Mm,
the hospital for that day.
mm.
So every shift starts with going to the morgue
So that
for
was
me.
not required by your hospital, but yeah, that's
Right. It's not required, but I do have another colleague. She does the same thing.
mm,
I've learned it from another colleague that
mm.
just like to know who is here with us and what we have to count for as well. This I've said it before. We are the administrative lead on death in the hospital, the chaplain's office,
Mm.
meaning paperwork wise, and release of the body. And we work closely with security. If there's a direct release to the family, as I presented about that before.
Okay.
So it is the spiritual services department that takes that lead, and calling the ME, we're responsible for initiating that. We're responsible for calling Midwest Transplant Network. So if on your driver's license or any child comes in and their parent wants at time of death and they want to donate any organ or tissue from their child to that network, then it's our office that initiates that call as well.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
In the busy hospital, taking care of a lot of Sunday. So this
Mhm.
is another kind of questioning to your role there. So let's go to your verbatim
Okay.
and tell us what you need.
Thank you. I need a parent. I have two parents that are kind of talking, but it's mainly the mother each and every time. The father actually didn't say very much. You'll see this visit was, we said the parents and said very little, but I thought they were engaged. Nevertheless, I mean, they were just speaking through their pain. So I
So
need a parent, just one parent. I
one
mean, it
parent.
could be someone whose mother, but the father, as you can see, I think I have him down here one time. I'm trying to indicate it in blue. Uh, but the father doesn't say very much. He was actually a little more shaken and unable to speak.
Okay, group
So just
volunteer.
P1. Yeah, just P1.
I can be the mother.
Okay, thank you. You'll
What
be
about
P1. Is
inside?
anybody, I mean, you can be P, and someone could be P or the parent, whatever the number is, the corresponding number, but as you follow, you'll see if it's the mother or the father.
And I'll happy to be your inner voice, the parenthesis.
Oh, yes, and the parentheses or the brackets. Yes, that's my
Yeah.
inner voice. Yes,
Okay.
thank you.
Thanks.
Let's go.
Let's go. Okay. From the outside on the door, of course, I always knock, 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 and I actually spoke it, knock, knock. I am Chaplain Annalise. May I come in?
For the most part, I was calm, but I could feel myself brace for what she was going to tell me. The mother was sitting with her back to the door. She turned sideways to greet me, but slowly. I understood why she could not get up or seemed to only turn slightly. She had just given birth the day before. She appeared tired, but then I realized that it was mostly sadness.
Yes, it is okay.
She said softly. As I eased and looked around, I saw the father standing up, crying over the baby, who was in the center of the room with many tubes and devices. I look directly at him and say softly, "Are you?" I'm sorry.
Yeah, this can be spoken for. Sorry, I guess I
Yeah,
could have put this a P. Are you dad? This is the chaplain's voice. Are you
correct.
dad? This is me.
Yeah. To the young girls right next to him, I say, "Sister."
Sis-
Sorry, I say.
Mhm. And then I say sister. Sorry.
Everybody shakes their head in affirmative.
Thank you. And and I was looking at the baby girl, and this is Emily's girl.
Looking at the baby who was in the center of the room and under a large machine looking apparatus.
I said, oh, sorry, this should be, I said, well, I'm glad to meet you all, but not like this. I heard that you just received some very disappointing news.
The mother spoke for everybody.
Yes, two very bad choices.
Oh no, I am sorry to hear that. That is not good. Tell me, what is Emily Girl's story?
Poppy, we named her Poppy.
What a sweet name. Poppy has all of these tubes and lines and stuff. Tell me, what is her story?
I wanted them to give voice to Poppy's life, but I could tell they were just processing the dire news. I was intrigued that the nurse called for a chaplain just after hearing this devastating news. The mother continues, but tearful.
So much has happened to Poppy.
Yes, go on.
She was just getting started.
Mom breaks down a little bit here.
Yes, but she also had 8 or so months already, right?
Mom takes a minute to think about it.
Yes, she has.
Long pause.
She is being so brave, and this is disappointing.
Pause.
We need some time to think it over.
Of course.
I want to acknowledge the work of the night chaplain who spent time with the father the night before, but I'm aware that the NICU nurse called me specifically to be here in the moment. I'm wondering what dynamic she saw. Maybe there's something going on that's not already apparent.
I understand that you spent some time with my colleague Parker last night. You might know it already that a chaplain is available 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. We are just a phone call away.
What I'm saying sounds like a commercial or an announcement, but the emotion was so heavy that I find myself filling the empty space with something, perhaps for the benefit of the nurse.
Yes, we appreciate you all being here.
I turned to the father.
Absolutely. It is our practice to be present to patients and families of any faith or none for any reason.
When I mentioned this, he seemed very appreciative of the statement. He had that look on his face that I usually get from non-theists. The father shakes his head in agreement.
Thank you.
Okay.
I put my focus on patient and say aloud,
Oh, baby puppy, we are all here for you.
parents begin to cry. There was a long pause and more crying.
We are here for you anytime. I think I was just saying it out loud again. Would you like to for me to come back until a little later in the day?
The mother shakes her head, yes, and then replies,
Yes, I think that would be good.
Okay, I will do that if I can. I will be thinking of Poppy and you all, no matter how long or how short our lives are, we matter, right?
mother shakes her head.
Yes, that's right.
And then mom
Mom,
cries.
mom cries more. Yeah.
Oh,
I empathize with her, see that she's in pain and see that
oh,
she's quite emotional. So I ask her if I can place my hand on her back, and she shakes her head yes. At that time, there was a silence for about half a minute. Finally, I turn to mother and say,
you are doing exactly what you should be doing. Your tears will help you. This really hurts.
mother shakes her head yes, but she's finding it hard to speak. I notice that it is hard for the mother or the father, for that matter, to get out any words, and I recognize that it is best to say something to recognize that it is too painful in the moment.
There are no words right now.
I pause to let that sink in and validate their emotional pain.
I'm willing to come back later when you have had some time to process this terrible news. Here is my card, and it has the number to spiritual service offices. My shift ends at 7 p.m. today, and the night chaplain will be here after that. Either one of us will be here for you today. Is that okay?
Both parents shake their heads yes. I give our calling card and offer words.
Thank you for letting me be with you today. Be kind to yourselves.
Thank you.
Mom and dad speak tearfully, one right after the other. The sister waves goodbye.
Okay.
Uh, let's read your analysis.
Okay. Yes, and then I have some blank spaces here too, because like I said, I was working feverishly on this today. This visit was heavy with painful emotion, should be painful emotion, where each of the family members was overcome with that emotion and with a sense of loss and disappointment. I understood their grief and wanted them to know that it was okay to be full of pain and silent too. Should just be in silence. It was okay to feel the weight of their pain. Their 1 day old daughter was somewhat lifeless and had the color of death. it pained me to see them trying to understand what was happening. So do we want me to stop right there?
Keep reading it.
Okay.
5B, is it?
So 5B, I said, I felt strong in the room. I felt a solid sense of my pastoral authority, but to be quite honest, I did not feel that this family was religious in any way. Nevertheless, I was honored to be with them in their moment of anticipated grief and loss. And that's where I didn't do these two, but I wrote a little bit more. I wrote as much as I could. Spiritual assessment. I felt that my role was to validate this family's feelings of anticipatory grief. Their daughter was still alive, but they were basically being told there was nothing that anyone could do at the hospital, or I surmised that. I don't know exactly what they told them, but they were just in a lot of pain. They on that day, they were, yeah, they really didn't have any words in that moment. So I was called to be with them to negotiate that. I believe that that's what the nurse's call was meant for me to do. And I didn't feel like there were some major ethical or social justice issues. A couple of days later, I was the only chaplain in the hospital, and I received a call from the nurse that their baby had died. I did go to visit them immediately, but by the time that I arrived, they were making memory items with Child Life, which is another department in the hospital. They're kind of connected to us. And what Child Life does is they come and they take footprints and they make clay. They make footprints in clay and have 3D scanning. They do a number of things that are that go home with the parents. So I expressed my condolences, gave them paperwork this is when I came back, and they weren't, of course, not yet ready to proceed with any death paperwork or next steps. Mostly in the hospital, most people do go over that death paperwork with us. And because that's where we tell them who to get a hold of to help them reach out to a funeral home or what they can expect next. And then let's see, one of my other colleagues should have followed up on the next day. I charted my interaction in our Epic system, and my work with that family was technically done because whomever would communicate with it, it probably wouldn't have been me to communicate with them beyond that point. It would have happened by another chaplain who called and went over the brochures that I sent home with them. So,
Okay. Thank you for covering the rest of them.
yes,
So let's have a silent moment to honor. How about that?
baby puppy.
Okay, let's process the language process. I think it's very important to me right now in this verbatim case. So based on your sharing, as we go, I have two questions, one for you, one for Amabet. So I'm gonna ask Amabet first. Amabet, how was your feeling when Chaplin came? Can you share your feeling as you're playing as a parent?
Yeah. As a parent, having a chaplain in that moment is a bit of a relief to have someone to share my pain.
As you're playing, you felt that. That's good. Relief. Okay, relief from
From the tension of the doctors and nurses' information to be with someone whom I would think is like a clergy, because chaplains are mostly viewed as a clergy.
okay. Let's move on to another process. Is an analyst. What do you see? This bless you, Ron.
Thank you.
What do you see their needs in this particular moment? Because your question is conceptualizing your role, purpose of the visit. So, what are their needs? As you're playing, maybe you can come up with a new needs or something like that.
Well, again, because I mean, I see what happened here. I see what happened earlier. The nurse called for the chaplain, as opposed to, I mean, family can say, could you please call a chaplain for me? But the nurse made the call because they were grieving, and crying. Um, so I think in that moment, I think my presence in the room was welcomed by them, but it's not something that was initiated by this family. Um, but I would say that their need was just someone to share that heavy space with them. That's how I took it. And maybe that's not what their need was. This is probably this is this is this is not an unusual situation for me to be in, as I mentioned earlier, but it was they were in what we call a treatment room, so it was a different kind of space, not a normal hospital room. Um, so I would say that their need was, they wanted someone to just share in that grief right then and there, share in their feelings of loss because they
So,
really didn't have much to say, but
would it be say you're creating space for sharing their grief?
yes.
Okay. The group, what do you think? What do you think are their needs, patients, family, and parents from this particular verbatim? We're not generalizing, but this very moment. Once we define this needs, we will get to analysis question. So, Caroline, you want to say something?
Yeah. Well, first of all, thank you for sharing this with us, Annalise. And it is really hard,
Mm-hmm.
this situation. Um, I think I agree with you that they need a space to grieve, and they are anyway, but you're there as a witness. I guess one question I have for you is you said that you assumed or surmised that they didn't have faith, but you never asked that question of them. So I'm curious if that was a conscious choice, it just didn't come up. Um, I'm just curious about that. And I think the other thing that I was thinking about as you shared this was the other daughter and what her need is. And I don't know.
Mm.
But that is a traumatic event for her too, to witness this for her little sister and also her parents going through
Yeah.
this. So I guess I was just curious if you had any thoughts about her and interacting with her. These are just things that are coming up in mind
Mhm.
with like with the need
Mhm.
in the room. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. That's beautiful. Annalise, what comes to me with Reverend James's question, the needs wise, right? One is a recognition that their baby is, that they had the baby and it's meaningful,
Mhm.
right? That the child existed and it mattered and is loved. Doesn't matter the duration, all of that stuff, right? This sense of, I call it, I'm struggling with the right words. It's validating that they are parents of this baby, right? And oftentimes when I do the grief related work, one of the needs that generally comes in, I don't mean to generalize, but in this particular case, I think the parents may want to feel seen in such a way that they are not alone in their grief, right? Well, they may feel individually lonely or collectively lonely, right? The loss creates a void, and the void takes them with it, right? And I don't know specifically the hospital environment. One thing I often see is that they need a permission to grieve. So chaplain can play some role in all these three, right? Acknowledgement, permission, and let them know that they're not alone as they're experiencing this, right? I'm kind of broadly thinking what would be the needs, because all the needs are unvoiced. There's no explicit way to put them in words.
Right.
I don't know if that helps. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, because of your question about the purpose of the visit, we want to narrow down their needs. I mean, I know you already mentioned about their need is grief space. And can you go to C15? Let's just
Yes.
start from there. C15.
Mhm.
And notice that there is a heart for mothers and father and more matter angry. Any words, and then I recognize it is best to say to recognize it is too painful in the moment, and that there are no words right now. I think this is
Mhm.
perfect matching to their needs. There are no
Yeah.
need, no words.
Mm-hmm.
So you recognize their needs in C15,
Mm-hmm.
and it could have been better. You just stop there.
Yeah.
I'm willing to come back later. Means it's unconsciously giving them a choice that I'm leaving
Mhm.
instead of joining this no words space. No needs or words, and no words are needed, but I'm willing to join this space. Will be more powerful. That's kind of my mind goes. And
Okay.
I'm also curious. Maybe what you said is you want to give them a space by themselves. That's why you say you want to leave. That's
Yeah.
kind of my understanding too.
Yeah, I mean, and I left off a sentence or two, I asked, could I get you any water? Because I normally offer that kind of stuff. Can I get you any water? Is there anything that I can do for you right now or with you? And they said no, so I left that off. But yeah, I wanted to go because I think it's just such a private moment. I mean, that's why I had a bit of a trouble showing up because the nurse called and said, "Could you show up and be with this family?" When the family, and this is picking up on what Caroline said. So how did I know? How did they know they were? Um, how did I feel like it was maybe a non-theist? Well, just a feeling. And just being non-theist, right? Just something, a look in the eye, body language. Um, and also when my colleague had given me information about them before, he never once mentioned praying or he did. There's a way that particular colleague has a way of talking about families that are like Christian that he didn't use. So I don't know for sure. And actually I didn't look at I'm just writing this. I wrote this verbatim, remembering this visit as best I could, and so I didn't see the chart myself, say spiritual preference. And even when I went back to them again, like I said, I was called on the day their baby actually did expire. So when I went back again, um, again, I would say those kinds of words. Is there anything I can get for you? And I actually did, would you like to say any words right now for me to say any words? They're like, no. So generally that's how it's very intuitive, how I feel that out because I often find that parents that are uh, Christian, they want a prayer, they want something, right? They often say it. They often let me know some way, shape, or form.
Okay. A little bit of my input here
Mhm.
based on what you said. I think I remember I said a couple times about without memory and desire. Because if we go into with a memory and desire, it will definitely limit our spiritual care function, and it will limit our exploration skills. So it'll be better, keep in mind that there is no memory, no desire about this case. But that's kind of my input here. But beyond that, let's go to C2.
Okay.
And beginning is good, C2, and as I is look around and your dad and your girl right next to him and then his sister, and you're reflecting in your mind. Everybody shakes their heads, and this is Emily's side. I said, "Well, I'm glad to meet you, but not like this. I hear that you just received some very disappointing news. Um, so how can you join in this no words needed situation?" So I said, well, I'm glad to meet you all, but not like this. I hear that you just received some very disappointing news. It's really sad. Instead of this descriptive, how was it like when you were grieving?
Me personally?
Let's just switch the role. And
Mhm.
if your mom
Mm.
and you get into that sense, you're really grieving,
Mhm.
no words need, nothing you can conceptualize at the moment, confusing.
Mhm.
And if I say, oh, I said, well, I'm glad to meet you all, but not like this. I hear that you just received some very disappointing news. It's more, what are you feeling about that? You connected, or well, what do you feel?
Yeah, I don't think that's a good choice of words, but not like this. I'm okay with, I hear that you just received some very disappointing news, right? I could hear that. If I was grieving and someone
Hmm.
said that to me, that would not offend me. That's me. Uh,
How can you join?
oh, okay. Tell me what happened. What happened? All right.
Yeah, that's good. What happened to your
What
baby?
happened to your
To your
baby?
baby?
Right.
Just shorter
Yeah,
term.
I didn't think I got that right. I mean, again, I didn't, it's not about right or wrong. It's just it was awkward because
Yeah, yeah.
yeah, I was awkward because like I said, I'm like I'm walking into a room with people who have just had some terrible news. And
Mm,
even as I said, the baby had lost color. I mean, the baby was clearly dying,
hmm.
you know. They were losing her. So that was, yeah, it was a not a good statement right there, but not like this.
I mean, this statement it's generally okay. It's a very
Yeah.
general statement,
Mhm.
but what I'm
But
trying
else,
to say is a
yeah.
joining mode will help you to finding your
Mhm.
conceptualizing your role more.
Right.
I think at this moment, what I notice is analyst is a little bit overwhelmed at the beginning,
Yeah.
and you put it in your general chaplain's role, hospital chaplain's role, which is not wrong, which is what we need to do.
Mhm.
But
Mhm.
what if we join here more? And group, any thought about this one, C2? How can we, or joining feeling? Maybe we can go to C8. C8 will be more easy to C8.
Mhm.
And it's P7. Yes, she has been brave and disappointing. We need some time to think of her. You recognize it, of course. And I
Yeah.
understand that you spent some time with my colleague Parker last night. You might know it already that chaplain is available. 24 a day, 365 day a year. You're just a phone call away.
Mm-hmm. A couple of ways I was thinking from joining. I think a lot of it comes down to the tone and making that emotional connection, right? Maybe something like, "I'm so sorry you're going through this. I'm here with you."
They'll be good. Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh, I'm here with you.
yeah, and
Yeah.
perhaps not as a question. This is not something any parent should go through, right? I'm thinking if that's even relevant, but I just want to show them the gravity or the significance of this loss as they're experiencing.
Yeah,
And that
I
would,
think. Okay,
yeah,
sorry.
go ahead. No, go ahead. No.
Oh, I just think I can see a little bit of your, maybe it is a discomfort in the situation that you're thinking about the night chaplain and the NICU nurse and sort of feeling some, you know, any sort of obligation to them, particularly the nurse, because at the end of the day, you're not there for the nurse, you're there for the family. And I kind of am like, the nurse is distracting you for some reason. I don't know if it's a push away because it's like this is such a difficult situation now, I'm sort of being pushed away from that, or if it's because, this nurse or prior interactions with nurses are um tugging you away in some way. Um, I do think like what Ram said, just like this is more than disappointing. This is devastating for them, right? Just
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
that, this is really devastating. Um, and also when she said we need some time to think it over and just, I think, I think it depends on her choice. I can't tell from, sorry, it depends on her tone, or I can't tell there if she's saying if it's a feeling of, if the way of joining is being like, this is really an impossible decision that you're being asked to make,
Mm-hmm.
or whether there's an anxiety she has where you could ask, wow, I know this is such an impossible decision. Do you feel like you have the time that you need right now? I don't know if it's a feeling of like they're being forced to make a decision, and she's frustrated with that. So I do think there are some options, maybe.
So,
I,
analyst, I'm curious. When Caroline mentioned about discomfort, is it true about this case?
well, I mean, yes, my discomfort was, I really didn't know what to say.
Mm,
Yeah, I was just uncomfortable. I didn't know what to say, meaning, and it's not that I don't think that couldn't be there for someone who lost a child. It's
mm,
again, and I was distracted by, I wonder what this nurse wants me to, yeah, I am concerned about that, right? I'm concerned with, why did you call me, really?
Wow.
Um, not, and the call is normal, right? The call is normal, but she didn't have any other information for me in that, right? I had learned enough from my colleague though, um, to know dad was present the night before without mom. Mom, was there after coming from another hospital. She gave birth at another hospital.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so yeah, I felt kind of at a loss on this one. That's why I presented it. I wasn't,
Mm-hmm.
in my best in my best moment.
No, thank you. And I don't know if there is anything called best in the situation, right?
Hmm.
You
Hmm.
did the best you could. And just to share, I had to care for a guy who celebrated his baby's to be birth. He's going to become a dad. And then his wife delivered a stillborn. And I supported him the next day. And I thought through similar situation, right? I mean, a lot of it was weighing on my own experience as a parent. A lot of that, the transference was very strong, so to some extent. But one thing that did better than what I thought is, would it be comforting to pray or sit in silence with you?
Say
So
that
I
part
gave
again.
them would it be comforting to pray together or just sit in silence with you? I didn't know anything about his faith or spirituality, right?
Okay.
In a way, objective there is to allow him to feel that I can trust this person to help me through this process.
Mhm.
And that was the invitation I offered for what it is worth, or whatever it is worth.
Yeah, let's focus on analysis practices process.
Yeah.
From your blue, is it blue collar, right? Blue collar, you inner voice.
My blue collar voice.
Yeah, your inner voice. This is
Oh,
blue.
the blue
Yeah,
color. Yes,
yeah.
yes, yes, yes.
I see blue color is really warm, comforting, lovely analyst. Your thinking, your
Mm-hmm.
chaplain.
Mm-hmm.
Your words are you're just officially there.
Right, right. Well, that's what
Two,
I said. What I'm saying sounds like I
yeah,
feel like I'm making an announcement.
yeah.
Uh,
So what makes these two different you, your
mhm,
true you in a blueprint here,
mhm,
and between this gap, what made you make your more official presence? I think Caroline mentioned about grief, mentioned about discomfort, and
mhm,
discomfort. I wonder all our comments, including my comments,
mhm,
make you discomfort today, right now?
mhm. No, I mean, like, I don't want to answer. I don't know what to say. No.
Okay.
Can
Mm,
I say something though?
Okay, Emma, go ahead.
Yeah, it was just in general. Um, to me, their need was to understand their pain. They need someone to understand their pain because
mhm,
somewhere you said it's like a death sentence. I don't know which part of it you mentioned that, and you were telling them how hard it will be for them. So basically, it was hard for them. They
mhm,
are in a room where the little girl is hooked up with so many tubes, and the medical conclusion was that she will no more continue. And you came to that conclusion too somewhere in your verbatim.
mhm,
So, so you offered basically your presence, and also to me you have expressed how painful it is. So that's the only thing they would need, someone to understand their pain. And analyst, to me, you have showed that. You cannot avoid the fact that should be dying because it's a medical issue. But your part was as a chaplain, that's what I would do, be there and show them how painful it is because this is not a grief yet, it is anticipatory grief. So their pain, they need someone to understand their pain.
mm.
So you have.
Yeah, I think I probably, I mean, I appreciate what you're saying. I don't think that I could say for any patient or family in the hospital that I could, in the definitive, understand their pain. I know what it's like to be in pain due to the loss of a loved one, but I might not be able to understand theirs, no matter who it is. I mean, that's just my thought on that. My goal in being in the room would really be to maybe catch their pain. If I could do this again, how do I catch their pain? How do I be here and hold it,
Mm-hmm.
right? But I I'm just saying philosophically, that would be something I wouldn't try to be doing, is understanding it. Because actually, I'd rather say to somebody, I cannot
Mm-hmm.
understand your
Yeah.
pain. I
Well, we
really
don't.
would say I'd be okay with that. But
Yeah.
That's just right. But that would make ease their pain, though, right?
that it would help. Yes, yes, that would be holding it. That would still be being present for me. That's how I see that. I mean, it,
Caroline, you
it
want?
Go ahead,
Go ahead.
Caroline.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I don't see you finish your sentence.
Well, I'm just saying, yeah, it just is uncomfortable because
Hmm.
I mean, in the moment, if I could, writing this was hard because
Hmm.
this cannot capture the feel of this visit. The feel of the visit was warm, like you said, Reverend James. So it was a warm visit. It's just that it's hard to write when there's so many
Hmm.
silences and things like that and
Hmm.
convey that I walked out of the room feeling that. And actually, like I said, the nurse who called me wasn't in the room, but while we were in the room, a nurse came in and she was sitting over in the corner, right, on the computer. And so when I was stepping back and away, she was like, "Oh, thank you so much."
Mm.
So our relationship with the medical staff at this hospital, I mean, the relationship that the chaplains have is really intertwined with these, especially if they're in a NICU or a PICU, the intensive or critical care units. We are we are really collaborating. We are really seeing ourselves as connected. Um, a lot of times at a visit, and if there is a death, then nurses will come over and say something like, "Oh, this is really hard for us." So then it becomes we're there also for the nurses and the doctors, where they'll come out and say, "Thank you so much." Um, so it's while this was not like the best uh that I've in terms of my skill with this family, I would say it still was a very warm visit. Um, and I was I I did see myself as being able to be with them in that pain. Although I do like this other word you said, sorry. Um, I'm here for you. I'm sorry. I probably said I'm sorry and just forgot to write it on here. But I'm here for you. I like that language. That is helpful language for anyone who's lost someone. Yeah.
Caroline?
Mhm.
I was just thinking, it's so interesting, like in your context, I was thinking about your verbatim last week and how you created a space for that mother
Mhm.
to grieve and she needed a
Mhm.
physical space. And like, I obviously our work is spiritual care, but there is a lot in your context, it seems, which is also like the physical, in some ways, physical care that gives them that spiritual room. And the reason I was thinking about this is this actually a little bit hard for me to read because we went back to the ER with my son to
Mm.
24 hours after they let us go home.
Mm.
And I
Mm.
remember he ended up being totally fine. He was dehydrated and had low blood sugar. But like watching your newborn um, have a million nurses and doctors to send on them when you can do basically nothing. And actually, the thing for me was I had just given birth and I
Mhm.
like could not stand comfortably and I could not sit comfortably. And I will never forget the nurse that came in and said, "Let me find you a pillow to sit on." Just
Yes, that's
giving me
it.
acknowledging my physical need that actually then once I sat down, I started crying because prior to
Mm.
that, I had just been like, I don't even know what to do here, you know? Um, and so that was the other thing I was just thinking about here
Mhm.
with this poor mom is she's like 1 day postpartum. There is so
Right.
much going on for her. And I think you've already shown like you have an instinct for this kind of thing.
Hmm.
Um, and so that was just one other element I'd throw in there of maybe there is no words to be said, but
Hmm.
I think in your presence, which we can't see, right? This is just words.
That's
In your
right.
Mhm.
presence, your intention, the way you approach, perhaps if you checked in on her physical needs, like that all I actually think does make that space that they need. Of so, anyways, I appreciate you and doing this work, which
Oh,
I could never do.
thank you.
So thank you.
Yeah.
So,
I almost always do this human touch thing, like I'm always thinking what on the human side is important because they're not going to hear me if they're uncomfortable or if they're in pain. You did mention the sister. I forgot to answer that before, but the sister, um, I didn't, that was a miss. I didn't ask her name. I acknowledged her with our eyes and again, body language. Um, and she was just as shaken as everybody, crying. Um, I made sure they already had them, but there were soft tissues, things like that. And like you said, so that really does matter in those moments because it will help them to, go on to the next thing that, that needs to be, addressed or whatever. I find. So,
Okay, because of time boundary,
okay, sure.
yeah, we this is
Go ahead.
this is really heavy one, and I
Mhm.
appreciate you are dealing with a lot of deaths, infants and newborn babies, and even their families in trauma. And I notice from this verbatim, from our group discussion too, you are a good chaplain. You have your internal processes really taking care of a human being, and there's a connection needs to be developed because I think you're still thinking you are new and chaplain. Well, trust your process. You have your pastoral authority. Whatever you feel in the room, like a C15, no words needs, then just be there without saying anything.
Mm-hmm.
And they will make a more answer to your question about what's the purpose of the visit. This is not problem solving. There is no words. Who can comfort this couple? Nobody.
No one.
No
That's
one.
right.
Just be there, another human being, and even possible crying with them. If someone is joining, feeling will be more meaningful for chaplaincy. That's kind
Yes.
of my final comments. By the way, I wonder how is this to you, Annalise?
Mhm. Well, I'm glad to present this one. That this was an awkward one. I mean, I felt warm with the family, but it was
Mm-hmm.
still difficult for me to navigate silence and like I'm being called to, it's almost like somebody saying, "Could you come and do something?" And then I get there and we don't do anything, right? We're just gonna be something. So that's why it was weird to me because that's what I'm saying. I get a phone call. Phone call is for someone to do something, to be there. But I tend to equate that with what am I supposed to be doing, right? I mean, that's the process I had in my mind.
Yeah. I want to ask a group. Do you ask yourself, what am I supposed to do in the room? Raise your hand. I did. I did many times. What am I supposed to do? That's a common question. That's the right question. Deal with
Oh,
it.
okay.
Your presence is perfectly meaningful.
Hmm.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and just as
And
a final note, because I saw on we our phone calls are now being recorded, and they called and they left a recording, and I heard the father say, he's calling about what to do about to speak to a chaplain about next steps, and he said, "I hope it was not too late," and that really pained me. That that
Hmm.
really made me sad
Hmm.
because I thought, oh. And again, I was the last chaplain they saw and gave them the paperwork, and I felt sad because I felt like, well, maybe I missed something, I don't know what he could have meant, but it's too late to do something for his daughter. That was that was strange to me.
That's really important. Sadness come to you.
Yeah, he said,
Oh,
well, he thought it was too late.
awaken your pastoral authority. You
Yeah.
are okay. Just be there. So
Okay.
beautiful.
All right.
All right.
see,
Oh, okay. Group.
can I make one quick comment? Alice,
Sure.
this is beautiful. Thank you for bringing in what it really, based on this conversation, what it really keeps coming back to me is how important is the verb just being,
Hmm. Just being.
just being. no doing, no talking. And we have all these fancy verbs that we are evaluated all our lives on. But as chaplains, just being, just be, is of a huge value. And somehow I think we'll continue to work on this together in terms of showing there's a purpose and meaning in just being there.
Let it out your pastoral authority by being there.
Yeah.
Just being there. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Let's take a 10-minute break. We will come back 10 minutes later.
Okay. Thank you.
Great job. Finally, number
everyone.
4. Yeah,
Number 4.
you're done.
I'll clean it up and send it to you. Probably tomorrow, because after this class, I'm going to bed.
You're going to go to bed. Oh, my. Okay.
I'm so sleepy today.
You did well. Yeah.
Thank you.
Everyone came? Oh, okay.
Go ahead, David. Yeah.
Yeah, I did send you my video, and I was wondering if you can
You
share
sent it
it
to me?
for me. Yeah.
Let me check my email. Okay, I got it.
Yeah, the revised one is the one that.
Revised one. Okay.
Yeah.
Revised
Because I'm using my phone, I can't.
Sure, definitely. I would love to do that.
Okay.
Thank you for sending it to me.
No problem.
How are you holding this?
I'm gonna do it.
You're gonna do it?
Yep.
Oh, okay.
It's about time.
It's about time.
Yes.
You can do it.
Yeah.
I'm sure
Thank
you
you.
can do it. All right. See you soon.
Okay. Bye.
Okay, group, let's get back together.
Am I next, or is there one more?
What do you say?
Am I next, or is there more before me?
Let's ask David. David is scheduled. You want to do it now, or David? You can. Both of you can talk.
I can do it now, but if Caroline, if you want to go first, that will be fine with me.
Go for it,
Caroline,
David. That's fine.
if
I don't have a strong feeling.
You don't have a strong feeling?
Yeah.
Caroline,
Either's
you
fine.
okay to holding it right now? With your
I can go now. You want?
You can go now right now.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
I don't mind.
Go ahead. Go ahead,
Okay.
Caroline.
Yeah,
Yeah.
just give a Caroline choice since she had a headache and a lot
Yes.
going on.
Yeah. Okay.
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 David, thank
Caroline,
you.
go ahead.
Thank you, David.
No.
That means a lot. Yeah. Oh, where is it? Oh, Rami's disappeared. Okay.
Awesome.
Should I bring another puppet? All right. Emabet, are you online?
Yes, I am
Okay.
eating snack. That's all.
That's fine.
Where's Ram? I mean, let me text to him. Caroline, you okay with showing yourself?
Yes, I
Okay.
can.
Let me
And I'm
find.
aware of time, so
You're aware of
since we have
time.
2 of us to get through.
Let's go ahead and I'll text to Ram.
How's this size-wise for you guys? Is that a good
Good to
text
me.
size?
It's
Yeah,
good.
it's good to me. Yeah.
It is good to me.
Thank you, I'm a bit. I can dive in then. Should I get going, James?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, great. Okay, so verbatim number 4. Hooray. So this is concerning a visit to a woman I'll call MP. I don't know her exact age. She's 50s-ish. Her primary support person is her boyfriend, Matt, who she'll mention later. The original reason for an incarceration, which is very relevant, is elder abuse, which she shared with me on a prior visit. She's Caucasian, she's nominally Christian, and this is my second visit. So the reason why I'm bringing this verbatim is because this is a thing I quite commonly encounter in this jail setting, which is inmates who talk a lot, who don't really pause and who cover a bunch of subjects or are kind of jumping around on tangents. And I am often uncertain if I should just listen to a very long monologue. Like I think some of these folks I've met would happily talk for 10 minutes straight without pausing. Sort of when to interrupt if I do, and how, and basically whether it's more helpful for me to just be totally like 100% a listening presence versus somebody who is in some ways helping to guide the conversation. Or, and then when they do pause, I'm like, wow, you've just talked about many things, you know, what do I respond to? So I think this is just because it's come up a number of times, and I always find myself being like, I don't really know how best, what this person really needs in this moment. That when I talked to MP last week, I was like, oh, this is a really good example of this kind of conversation. And so I said, I worry that my desire to interrupt may come from my inability to stay focused when they're jumping around, i.e., that I am addressing my need more than their need. But sometimes I do think that they also need help focusing. Um, so I hope that makes sense. As I think when you see it, I'd be curious to see, to hear from you guys feedback as to whether I made some choices to go back to a specific topic, but I could have responded to the last thing that was said, or I could have at certain points be like, hey, can we pause here? And I've seen that when I've shadowed my supervisor before. I think my supervisor has more of a tendency to like cut people off and try to focus the conversation. So I'd just be interested for your guys' thoughts on how you would respond in this situation. So I saw this as primarily understanding communication styles and skills in spiritual care relationships as the outcome. So the background is this is Elmwood Correctional Facility in Milpitas. I met MP earlier in the week because she had requested a chaplain visit for prayer and for a Bible. I said MP is probably in her 50s. She's very thin. Her face is narrow and bony. She has long blonde hair, now gray, that falls past her shoulders, and her face is lined with small wrinkles, and she looks very tired. This is true of both times we visited. So when I visited her on Monday, this is on my first visit, and I do want to give this because this background is relevant to the visit I'm sharing. She shared then that she had recently been arrested in Sacramento, which is 100 miles north, and brought to Santa Clara County because the officer found an outstanding issue related to an old charge. She had been walking her dog in a park and was blindsided by the arrest. She explained that more than 5 years ago, her mother had lived with her and fallen ill, and she had tried to care for her mother, but her mother developed bed sores. At that point, she tried to reach out for help. She wasn't really clear to whom, and the result was that she was charged and convicted with elder abuse. And this was, I think, around 2019. And she cried telling me this story and said that she acknowledged her care of her mother was imperfect, but that she had loved her mom. She believed she had served her time back then, and was confused about what she had violated, whether in probation or what had caused her to be rearrested this time. On Wednesday, my supervisor showed me an email we got from Marissa, the program officer in her dorm, who asked one of us to visit MP because MP said her mother had died. I volunteered to go because I had recently met her, and when I went to the dorm, the deputy on duty said she didn't have an interview room available for me, and I told her I would really like to try to see MP that day because it was a referral we got related to her mother's death. The deputy dismissed me saying, her mother died 5 years ago, this isn't urgent. So I was pretty confused because the referral from the program officer made it sound like something recent had happened. Deputy's like, this death was 5 years ago. Like, it's not urgent. So I was like, well, I'm just going to come back. So I came back an hour later. I did manage to get an interview room. And I said, when MP came in, she looked tired with bags under her eyes and had a very grim look. And her long hair was pretty unkempt. So that's the background I had. I was a little tired when I saw her because I'd already had a long day and hadn't expected to be turned away by that deputy and to have to come back. So I actually stayed later than I meant to. I was also a little bit confused about the status of her mother and whether this was a recent or a long ago death, so I was curious to learn more. And I said my intention was to find out more about her mother's death and to provide a listening ear, comfort, prayer, or whatever else she would find helpful. So I'll pause there in case you guys have questions.
Yeah. Okay. Just first question. Her mom died 5 years ago or recently?
So when I went in, I did not know.
Oh,
I was confused. So part of what I was trying to do is understand what was new news and what was old news. As it turns out, it sounds like her mother did die some time ago, but she just found out. So it was just found out. But I didn't know this when I went in. When I went in, I was like, I don't know whether this is new or old, if she just found out something or if she was just upset anew about something she already knew. So I actually truly did not know the situation going in.
Yeah. Let's start with the request. You said I will go because you had a meeting before.
Oh yes, yes. So the request came from the program officer in the dorm, and it was a very short email. It was like, "Can one of you visit MP today because she's upset about her mother's death?" So it did not have a lot of information about the circumstances of the death and whether that was new or not. But it did say, like, can somebody go today, which made it feel urgent. So I said, I'll go because I've already met her.
appreciate that.
Yeah, and then
Yeah.
but the deputy who was there was like, "This is not new. This is not urgent." So I was like, "I don't know what's going on."
Yeah. So your desire going back, I really appreciate you because, yeah. Thank you anyway. There are a
Yeah,
lot to
I think
say.
it just like all I knew was that she's upset and it had to do with her mother's death, and so I was like, "Well, I'll go."
Okay. That means a
Yeah.
lot to the lady. Okay, group, do you have any clarification questions or any question that we can go into more deeper?
Thank you, Kevin. I appreciate bringing this case. So one question was, how did you feel about the deputies? What was your, they are part of our care team as well in a way, right?
Yeah.
What was your felt sensation when one deputy said, "Oh, our mother died," and waved the hand 5 years ago, not a big deal, you can come later. What was that interaction? What did it make you feel like?
Yeah. Well, that deputy in particular, who you might know, Deputy Parto, is um a very stern deputy in general, and um sometimes makes it difficult for us to see folks anyway. So I'm not entirely surprised
Mm,
getting that from her, but at the same time, I do know that even though she has this really, I don't know how to say, a very I feel like she almost always presents as annoyed with everybody, but I do think she genuinely cares about the women in her charge under that very harsh exterior. So um, I do trust that if I do trust that if she felt it was urgent, she would say so because she's referred people to us before as well. So,
I see. Yeah,
um,
yeah.
but I think I was a bit in a mood of like, Deputy Pardo, please don't make this hard for me. And I was a bit like, okay, and I just told her like, okay, I'll come back. Like, um, you're not gonna stop me. I will
Yeah.
be back. Um, and so, I wasn't. I mostly actually left her feeling confused though, because I was
Mm,
like, Marissa's email made this sound like this is fresh and today. I'm sure Deputy Pardo is,
mm,
I didn't think that she got the information wrong, but I was like, okay,
mm,
I don't know. Sometimes people are upset about a past death and it
mm,
comes up,
mm,
So
mm.
I was just like, I don't know. There are many possibilities here, but I mostly was just actually confused by her response.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah.
Any other questions, group? Then let's go into the real verbatim.
Okay. So I need somebody to be MP who doesn't mind being quite chatty, and then somebody to be the blue part of the inner thought.
I can be MP.
Thank you, Amavet.
Thank you.
I would have done it, but I'm using my my cell phone is the writings are so little, so I can't see. I'm
Oh,
sorry.
that's okay, David. Thank you. Um,
What do you need? What do you need?
my inner thoughts, if you
Okay,
don't
I
mind the
can do
blue.
it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Annalise. I know you're tired. I appreciate this extra.
Got another cup of tea, so I'm ready for you.
All right.
Yay.
All right, let's do it.
Hibiscus, yes.
Yes.
Oh, nice.
Okay. So, I just started by like, "Hi, Em, how are you doing today?"
Not good. Thank you for coming.
I'm glad to be able to visit. Marissa said you were having a hard time today because of your mom's death. Do you want to talk about that?
I can't believe it. The attorney just told me, like casual, that my mom had died. And then she said one date and then another. So I don't even know what date it was. And she told me right before my case. Why would she do that?
I'm wondering when this happened. Was it recent or is she recounting something from years ago? Does it matter? Would that change my approach to care?
I don't know if anyone was holding her hand or if she had proper service.
She is now sobbing. I give her a tissue.
Did my brother know? If he knew, why didn't he tell me? I'm not in touch with him, but wouldn't they tell someone in the family? And then why wouldn't they tell me? I'm sorry, I can't call him. I don't have his phone number here. And even if I did, I don't have the money to call him from jail, and I'm not going to collect.
She makes a face. This is distasteful to her.
I don't even know why I'm here. It was supposed to be 1 year, three tops, and that was in 2019. So even if you add 3 years or even four, I should be done. And my boyfriend keeps saying, why are they dragging you back there? I was up in Sacramento, just walking my dog when the police arrested me, like I told you last time. Just mind my own business, but they looked it up and there was a warrant in Santa Clara County and they dragged me all the way down here.
I'm
Can't see
feeling
that.
I'm feeling a little overwhelmed by this monologue. Should I let her vent or interrupt her gently to guide the conversation to focus on one thing?
Can you put a little bit up? Okay. I'm sorry, I'm crying. I don't want to be weak. I know I'm not weak. I'm tough. I know I'm tough.
This is your space to cry. It's okay to cry here. I don't mind. You're carrying a lot.
Yes, I am. I am.
Crying more.
But the girls in the dorm, they don't get it. They are full of negativity. And I can't talk to anyone. I just called Matt. And he is so sick. He sounds so bad on the phone. I can't take care of him while he is here, and I'm sure he was worse because of the stress of me being arrested and being stuck here.
She has
Someone,
introduced so many topics in such a short amount of time. I'm not sure if I should respond to the last thing she said or go back to her mom. I decide to try and get back to her mom because her strongest emotion, full of crying, full on crying, was when she was talking about her mom.
I'm so sorry to hear that Matt is sick, and I can hear that you're worrying a lot about him. Do you mind me asking, when did your mom die?
the attorney said it was 2021, but she said September, and then she said a different date. So I don't know. Did she get a service?
Crying again.
Did you just find out about this?
Yes, this was at court yesterday. They told me yesterday before my case started. Why would they do that? And I don't even know if it is true. Maybe she's not dead.
I'm processing. This wasn't a recent death. Maybe that doesn't matter. Also, I'm confused why she wasn't in touch with her mother after being released a few years ago. Okay, I'm realizing I am in fact finding mode rather, and that is not what matters. What matters is that she's really upset right now.
And I can see how much you loved your mom and how much you miss her.
I do, I do. I know that I didn't always do the right thing by her, and in the end, I couldn't. When I called, I was asking for help, you know. My mom didn't even want me to call. She didn't. And then they just took her away. And they sold my house out from me when I was here, so I don't have any money to pay for a service. I can't afford an attorney, you know.
Her rambling continues about her case, looping back to grievances she's already shared. Should I interrupt her? I keep wondering, but I do not. When she finally pauses, I decide to stay focused on her mother instead of talking about her case.
It's so hard not to know exactly what happened to your mom, and it sounds like you really want a nice service for her. Do you want to tell me a bit about how you remember her?
I'm just like her. I moved her out to my house so she could see how I have grown, see my daughter, and play with her grandkids. That was before she got sick, and I moved her into my living room so I could take care of her, but it was too much. And when they came, she had poo in her diaper, and they said it wasn't keeping her clean.
I
Crying
was.
again.
What? Sorry, this is my internal thoughts.
Mhm. Oh, wow. This is really complicated grief. Old grief that's never been healed, wounds being reopened. Now she's back in jail, and the news of her mother's death. I'm silent and just let her cry.
Can Matt call you? How would he reach you?
I explain how he can look up the chaplain's number.
Why would Matt want to get in touch with me?
If it if we did a service for my mom, would you come and say a few words?
And so I cut off from there, but we talked a little bit about how she could remember and honor her mom while she's in the jail. And then she thanked me for coming and asked me to come back again. So,
Yeah.
This is another example of a chaplain sitting in the space of absurdity, ambiguity, and confusion. Let's delve into this verbatim based on Caroline's request. She was confused. She could have done something differently. If you see anything like that, we can comment. But I want to start with you did great job here. C6. C6, can you show C6?
yeah, here.
Your language here, you're processing, and you did internal processing. And you said, oh, MP, I can see how much you love your mom and how much you miss her. Man, this is a great moment. You're creating space for MP. No matter what, she knows the truth or not. I'm sure she felt, and if I'm a MP, some joining moment. Let's ask Amabel, how are you? How are you feeling about this moment, C6?
C6. It's
Yeah.
about Caroline, right?
Yeah, you said as you're playing MP, she was dead or she's not dead. And C6, Caroline said, I can see how much you love your mom and how much you miss her. When you hear that, what's happening as you're playing MP?
Well, to tell you frankly, I was, in my mind, I was right to respond to Caroline's question, how much you love. And I would say, I would love her so much or something. But here she said, I do, and then continue saying something else. So I don't get it all.
You didn't get it all.
Mm.
So you didn't get it all. Caroline's what said, I can see how much
No,
you love.
no, I see Caroline's,
Mhm.
but I'm confused with the response from MP herself, me being MP.
Oh, you're confused too. So maybe confusion is our language here today. But what I see is Caroline is saying not without process, but she processed something. This is great moment that you join and exploring, enjoying our feeling. That's
Yes.
kind of my comment. Caroline, you want to say something?
Uh, No, just to answer Emma, but like I think she really like when I said that she responded very emphatically, like like I like she was like crying. She's like I do
Yeah.
love my mom, but then I think this is the thing that's hard for her, right? Like she has so many feelings about her mom, like, and there's this guilt that she is
Yeah.
still carrying that just keeps
That's,
coming up. So she's grieving, but she's also guilty, and
Mm-hmm.
um it's hard for me to emphasize like this is a much more this is already a more coherent version of our conversation. Um like uh like there was a lot of rambling. I did cut a little bit of it out. I can't remember where it was. Oh, here like this here, and she went straight from that into like a whole lot of stuff about her case. And so this is the sort of thing where I have struggled with. They're just like one thought triggers another thought, triggers another thought. And then we start to get to a lot of topics. And that's then when I'm like, obviously, this all matters to you, but I can't even, like, what do I even respond to in there? And so I guess that was where my question came from. Like, at this point, when at C7, she had then talked a lot about her case. And then I was like, still, I'm just going to bring us back to her mom. I'm
Mm-hmm.
making a choice here.
Mm-hmm.
But
yes.
also, as she was going on, I was like, should I pause her? Should I be like, hey, let's take a pause? Like, that's where I'm like, I don't know what to do there.
So let's ask a group. What's MP's needs, and if Caroline responded to her needs, what do you see, group? What's MP's needs? Why she's talking too much? Why she's rambling? She's jumping here and there. Why?
She felt the guilt at the,
Guilt. Okay, guilt. Anyone else?
I felt like she may have felt betrayed that she didn't know about the death.
Betrayed.
Yeah,
Okay.
definitely.
Mm-hmm. Her
I mean,
needs.
that's kind of all in this melange here, like, did my
yeah,
brother know?
Mm-hmm.
Why didn't anybody tell me?
She's upset, right?
left out.
Left out. Anyone else? Definitely grief, right? Her needs is grief. Whether her mom died or not, or still alive, she is grieving. Not only grieving over her mother's death, but grieving over her own life.
Mm-hmm.
She's grieving over her life. It's injustice to her.
Yeah.
So, collection of what you said and guilty and betrayed and what my language and grief. If we combine these words, we can say that she is lonely. I think she mentioned about nobody listened to me and
Yeah,
nobody there. So if someone says nobody listened to me, now who is listening?
it's me.
You.
Yeah,
Good
yeah,
job.
yeah.
Can I say something?
Sure.
Uh, can I also suggest? I mean, feeling meaningless in life in some way, meaninglessness.
Meaninglessness. Can you explain more why you're asking the question?
Yeah, because there's all these many components, right? Grief, disappointment, left behind, um, not listening to. I mean, her life is totally in. I mean, it's full of disappointment. I mean, there's nothing left in her life anymore. The mom has passed. Nobody's listening to her. She's in jail. I mean, she doesn't have life anymore. She doesn't have any meaning in life any longer.
So she
And
wants
that's the
to,
reason. Mhm.
so she wants to be reconfirm her meaning of her life.
I think so.
Okay.
Um, yeah.
Mm. That means if that is the case, and maybe Caroline needs to interrupt some point finding meaning together. So would you point out any verbatim sections that Caroline can be interrupting and try to making meanings? No, I want to listen to Caroline. What do you think about David's comments?
I think I think there's like that does resonate with me in that I think I think it's a combination of what David is saying and what Ron was saying about betrayal, right? She has expressed many times throughout that she felt blindsided by being arrested and that it feels like this whole issue that happened, I guess around 2019 is like coming back to get her again and again, which includes her feelings about her mom, and so she can't move forward. Um, so I do think that there is this feeling that she cannot make meaning in her life.
Mm,
She can't move forward
mm-hmm.
because she's just getting sucked back into this thing that happened before when she wasn't expecting that. Um, but I still don't know how to like literally end the conversation. I don't know if there is meaning that we can really make in this moment because
I think you did. She's three is the one.
yeah,
You made a meaning. This is your space to cry. It's okay to cry here.
Yeah,
This is a powerful moment. I don't
yeah,
mind. You're carrying a lot.
yeah.
Caroline is listening and she's
See,
making meaning. Go ahead, Ram.
yeah. Caroline, you did great. First of all, thank you for sharing this. I think I would also say, grief has a lot of layers in a sense, as Reverend James said, but deep underneath the grief is a unresolved anger, right? She's definitely not able to mentally resolve the anger component, grief component, betrayal component, and there is just the intensity is what that rambling or continuous talking was all about. That is the outlet, and you beautifully listen to all of it. That is the biggest service that's appropriate to her at that moment, right? If we get into the conversation, try to rationalize it, it can take us any number of ways, but I don't know if there is much point to that.
yeah.
I'm reasonably sure that you, being a listener, allowed her to feel the safety she needed at that moment.
Mm.
The beauty of chaplaincy.
Thank you.
Carol, you want to say something?
Oh, I was just saying thank you.
Yeah.
I can say something.
Sure.
Yeah. So Caroline was asking if she could interrupt. Well, I don't think interrupting would be a good idea because you let her speak her mind, her feeling. She shared all her disappointment to the point that after pouring all that she said, "I'm sorry, I'm trying, I'm crying, I'm not weak, but I'm not weak." And then she said, "I'm not weak, but I'm tough." And instead of saying you shouldn't cry, but you said, "Yeah, it is okay to cry." So you came to gently be present, and she sensed the connection with you. That's why she let you cry. So somebody mentioned about she need a place to vent. Yes, this is a good place. She found a good place to vent,
That's
and
really
you
helpful.
offered that.
Yeah. I'm curious about like at C4 here, like I could have just stuck with Matt. Like this is her expressing that she has lost her support person. So
Hmm.
like at this point she's talking about Matt.
Yeah.
And I did acknowledge it, but then I did choose. I remember here being like, okay, do I just go where she has led me, which is she's talking about her loss of her support person basically right now. But I did steer it back to her mom, and that was a conscious choice that I made. And I was curious about that. I guess like I had felt and this is maybe, I'm thinking about like a what Annalise was with her. It's like I have Marissa in my mind. I'm like, Marissa wants me to address her mother's
Mhm.
death, like, so there was a bit of that going, but I also did feel like, oh, she's really upset about this. But I guess here was a moment where I could have just been like, okay, I'm just gonna go with the last thing you
Yeah, I
Right.
think
expressed
you
because you
stop.
pop.
You stop there. I'm sorry to hear Matt sick, and I can hear you from worrying about a lot about it. I feel that I sense that you love Matt. Stop there
Yeah,
instead of a changing conversation to
bringing
my.
it
Oh,
back to
yeah.
her mom. And I like, I don't know, maybe there's no right answer because she then did have so much more she wanted to express about her mom.
Hmm.
But I was just aware that I was making a very conscious choice there to like refocus on her
Mom.
mom.
Yeah, I think that is true. You nailed it. You have agenda. You have an agenda going. Oh, mom died, so let's focus on there. But NP is jumping here and there, everywhere, and sadness and guilty and betrayed and anger and mad and love, injustice, law, here and there. Caroline is a little bit narrowing this conversation to mom and mom. Yeah, maybe you stop there without saying it. Yeah, I agree. You gave her tissue.
Oh yeah.
Now,
I mean, it's really sad to me because tissue is not provided in the interview rooms, right? And people cry. And
oh,
then they're like trying to like dry their eyes on like really short sleeves. So I bring tissue.
it might be a challenging for chaplains, but we sometimes have to think about, because this is what I learned, unconscious language. When we notice image, whenever somebody is crying, we give tissue out of our compassion. That means stop crying.
Mm.
So it's very difficult, sometimes very difficult.
Yeah, I usually offer tissue when they are starting to look for things to wipe.
Okay, asking.
Like when they're starting to try to wipe their eyes on their own clothes, that's
Mhm.
when I that's when
Yeah,
I give tissue.
good point.
Yeah.
But I want all of you be mindful that giving tissue means that sometimes stop crying in this culture. Stop crying unconsciously. So some people, without knowing, thank you and giving, receiving tissue, without knowing their mind that I need to stop crying. That means we suppress their emotion unconsciously. So be mindful of that, depending on situation.
That's a great point. Yeah.
Yeah, and I see this is really you're holding. This is your strength. You're holding space, and yeah. So you didn't interrupt. Maybe see for a little bit, but what her needs, based on our discussion, is she wants to find somebody to listen. Listen, I'm crazy. I'm absurd or ambiguity. I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm just frustrated, and nobody's taking care of me. And then you were holding space. Then I wonder, inside of you, still struggling, maybe to solve the problem or to give her some answers, to find some answers. I'm curious about that. What's happening in you more about
Yeah,
behind
I
this?
don't I think for once I did not feel like I needed to give her answers because I think it's just so obvious that I don't.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't have answers. Um and I think in a way like similar to what Annalise said about like she can't understand that mom's grief. Like I cannot fully understand this grief. This is a really complicated grief that's intertwined with major guilt. And so I think she just needed that space. But I was overwhelmed by the number of things she was bringing up because I think especially when people don't pause to breathe, I kind of feel like I'm preparing myself to respond to the thing they just brought up. So she's ready to respond to that, and then she immediately jumps to her boyfriend. I'm like, all right, never mind. Like that's we've moved from that. All right, now we're talking about Matt, the boyfriend. Oh, now we're talking about how she's really mad at the police officer who arrested her. And I feel like I do this thing where like, oh, I'm listening to you. I'm ready to try to join you in that emotion. Oh, you've moved to something else. All right, I'm just gonna. So this kind of like piles up in my head. And I guess then I can feel a little overwhelmed. Where if it goes on for too long, then I'm like, okay, I don't even. I just get to the point where I'm like, wow, you've got so much, and that is the only thing I can join them in because it's been so I think like I there were a couple points in that conversation where I just felt overwhelmed by the number of things she was bringing up, but I didn't I definitely cannot fix any of them. So
Yeah, this is truly overwhelming. Are you able to sitting on the edge of ambiguity? I think this is a case. What does it mean for you to sitting on the edge of ambiguity?
I don't know what you mean by edge here.
So there's no way or turn around, and then edge means you just jump off the cliff. But that's
Mm.
ambiguity. What should I do? No answer.
Yeah, it's a bit overwhelming place to be, but then I think in some ways I am joining her because she's overwhelmed
Yeah, she's
by
over.
all these things, right? So in a way I am feeling what she's feeling. I think for me, my desire is to simplify for myself. You know, like I wanna focus on one thing at a time because it's more manageable for me.
I see.
Um, and that's an instinct I have to fight to be like, okay, if it is better for you to just tell me all the things, then I want to be there to listen to all the things, even though like my instinctive urge is like, can we talk about this one at a time?
Is it possible?
I don't think so. I mean, honestly, I think the way her mind is traveling right now, it's just not the way her mind is working.
So I'm curious to the group, even group, what's happening with somebody is talking so many different things here and there. What is the best spiritual care response when we are confused?
Intentional listening.
Great. What about Caroline's inner thought? The question about okay, overwhelming. So what's the best kind of comments to Caroline in that ambiguity situation, frustrated, overwhelmed situation, to help her in the future if she meets in same kind of or similar story, she can provide a more meaningful spiritual care. What's her needs? Caroline's need.
Well, is there any way she could refer to another chaplain
Oh, that's another thoughtful. Yeah.
or someone else who might be able to help her,
Mm-hmm.
a social worker or someone?
I mean, I don't know. The other way to look at it is this is the first of probably multiple visits in a sense, right? So this is collecting data to prepare for the next visit. Right? Because this could have gone in a number of ways before you go in. You probably didn't have an idea this is how it's going to land, given the complexity, confusion, and so many things. And at least you gave her a set of ears for her to voice what where her thinking or what her And hopefully by next visit, you may have a different experience completely.
I think you're right because I will see her again as long as she's here. So, but there is a opportunity to get to other things.
Yeah, yeah. I don't know if any chaplain have ever seen her before.
No, at least not on this stay.
Yeah. I mean, even in general, there are many inmates who've never seen a chaplain in our jail, unfortunately, because they don't put in a request or they're pretty obscure by themselves. But yeah, she's struggling for sure. Yeah.
Let's
Yeah,
focus on, yeah, go ahead. Someone else?
yeah. I was to say, if you move a little bit up where she had multiple issues right there, she was also talking about justice issue. Why are they dragging me back? So she has a justice issue, as well as she wants to connect with her boyfriend, and her boyfriend is also confirming that they're not doing justice for her. But despite all that, I was like putting myself in your shoes and saying, how would she deal with this if if she stopped right there, saying, "Police arrest me," like I told you last time, and then she didn't start crying. That would have been a difficult issue to deal with for me. But Caroline, you followed the last event or situation that she's crying, and you nailed it right there. To me, you have given her empathetic response. You were there sincerely to carry her, I mean, to provide your presence. So I wouldn't do it any better, and I applaud you for that.
I think somehow Ebebe nailed it. Okay, Caroline?
Oh, I just said thank you, Amabet.
What I see here is, definitely see patients' needs about a lot of things happening. And summary of her need is, I need to talk to somebody. Listen to me. And the flip side of the coin is, it's also Caroline's needs. Is this Caroline's needs to solve a problem, focus on one issue, or just, what makes me very uncomfortable this situation? Ooh, what makes me anxious about it, frustrated? And then process it, then let it be. Can you let it be? If someone is talking a million different things, let it be.
Mm.
Perfect.
I think when I was there, I was not in that mindset, but now that we are talking about this, I think it helps me have this distance to see, yes, yeah. I think
So,
sometimes I'm so trying to carefully listen to each thing,
mhm.
but I think like now that we're talking it, like, yes, she just wants somebody to listen to all of her grievances.
Yeah, I am curious because you are trained as a journalist to narrow it down. Is it what's happening here?
Maybe a little bit. I definitely think here I was in like journalist mode, right? Which I did catch in the moment, but I was like, I don't understand the order of events. I need to like sort this out. And then I was like, okay, maybe none of this matters really. Um, but I do think that sometimes my desire to clarify,
Hmm.
it comes from that, you know.
Maybe this is a hard question for you. Can you let it go?
Oh yeah, I want to learn how to I want to let it go. It's just I think I'm at the point where I'm aware of this being my instinct, and I'm not yet at the place where I letting go is my first, yeah, response.
Thank you. I think that's what I see from here. Both patient and you. Patients keep let it go, whatever, let it be, and you Let it be. That's kind of my words. I want to read from your analysis part. I want to
Sure.
go a little bit deeper if you have something. Yeah.
Yeah. Some of this was so my high-level analysis is that it's hard for her because she's got a very complicated grief that's related to compounding traumas that are both old and new, right? She has guilt over her mother's care that led to her first incarceration, which was traumatizing for her in the first place, because at least the way she tells it is that she wanted to get help and then she got incarcerated. And then now she's back here. All of these things are already being brought up again. And then there's the news of her mother's death. Um, I said I felt, we kind of talked about this, how I felt really sad for her, but also overwhelmed. I said, I hope I did the right thing by steering the conversation back to her mother's death instead of jumping around topics with her, um, because I felt that was where her deepest emotion was coming from, and thus probably her biggest need. And I didn't make space for her to grieve and for her tears. I think now that we've talked about this more, I think like even stepping back to be like making space for all the things that she's carrying. Um, and I think we talked about this a little bit. Like I get overwhelmed when people talk too long, and I even have some internal impatience. I think impatience with people who cannot bring the conversation to a clear point because that's what I want. Um, in her spiritual assessment, I said, MP is experiencing grief, and even though she is nominally Christian, at this time her faith is not one she can draw on for comfort by herself.
Mm.
She is comforted by someone else praying for her. She really wanted that both times we visited. Um, and it did visibly calm her down both times, but that's not a resource she has for herself at this point.
Mm-hmm.
Um, I said her grief is complicated by guilt. She continues to feel complicit in her mother's decline. She has not forgiven herself. And she also does not have someone who can forgive her.
Yeah.
The justice system is definitely not forgiving her because she keeps getting rearrested. So it's not even like it was done. She was judged once. She feels continuously judged.
Yeah.
So she's not able to get peace here. Um,
Theological.
here,
Yeah.
theological reflection. I said, as a Christian, I believe that forgiveness is one of the core tenets of religion. And unlike the way forgiveness is described secularly, in which forgiveness is a product of people's and people's actions, like forgiving oneself or forgiving a family member, the Christian faith asks believers to accept a gift of divine forgiveness, and in doing so, admitting one's need for forgiveness that cannot be earned. In the jail setting, though, which is framed by endless judgment, this is like a really orthogonal concept to what the message is being sent in jail, which is like you are being judged, you have to do a thing to earn forgiveness of society. Um, so I think some inmates in this particular setting are then starved for, like, that notion of Christian forgiveness fills this hole in them because it is so different, but others cannot wrap their head around it, and it causes, like the guy that I brought last time, like it's causing cognitive dissonance for him. Um, and then under ethical justice issue, I said, in many of our conversations, jail, that there is in the background the issues of social justice around incarceration and whether that's fair. And for MP, this is more explicit because she doesn't understand why she's being rearrested. She doesn't know if it's fair. It
Yeah.
pains me how many inmates I meet who don't understand why they're in jail, who have barely any information about how long they'll be there when their next court date is, and no sense of a path forward. And this lack of knowledge contributes to feelings of abandonment and despair. I know that I cannot address these injustices in their circumstances, but I grieve with them for these circumstances. This is a little bit tangential, but more to our first. I said, I also sometimes wonder about my role in validating an inmate when I don't know what actually happened. For example, in our first visit, she kept asserting she did her best to care for her mother and she wasn't deserving of this charge. I don't know if this is true. Um, and what may feel true to her may not be deemed true by the justice system. I am aware sometimes I use language like you did. If I say something like you did your best for your mother, am I potentially helping her evade responsibility? I know that I will never know the objective truth. And I always err on the side of joining inmates' feelings without judging whether they're like right or not. But it is something that comes up for me in my head where I'm like,
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
validating you saying that you did nothing wrong. I don't know, you
Mm,
know.
that's a tricky
Um,
in jail setting.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. So I try to not, I guess I try to focus more on like you really feel like this was not a fair
Mm,
situation, like that's your
mm,
subjective feeling about it, but it does come up a lot.
yeah. You can,
And then yeah, my future plan is just I'm going to keep visiting her.
you can say, oh, you feel that's a lot injustice.
Mm-hmm.
You can acknowledge her feelings, and that's a lot. That
Mm-hmm.
way, without saying injustice verbally, I mean,
Yeah.
in terms of our point, that's not right. And
Yeah.
then there was a chaplain said it's not right, and we're getting into another business. But
Yeah.
just based on their statement, I hear that you feel that's injustice. That's a lot for
Yeah.
you. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you so much for your. I mean, this is another level of depth. I see that another case with a lot of different things. Hopefully, this one helps you to see different side of your holding space ability
Mm.
and what it means to you. And how was this to you, Caroline?
Helpful. I feel like you guys uh always is just helpful to get the feedback where I'm like so focused on the like specific response to a specific thing, and like I feel like you guys like pull me back a little bit to see the bigger picture, and so I appreciate that.
Yeah, we're it looks like we what Caroline's saying is we play the third eye, right, Ram? Third eye. You know what? I just noticed I made a big mistake, which is now I'm looking at a 7:10, and in my mind I thought we have another hour, but it's 7:10 means we have a 20 minutes. Am I right? Ah, I feel horrible. David, would you mind if you postpone your verbatim? I'm looking at a schedule. In April 16, we have only three presentations, which is a book discussion. Would you mind if you reschedule your verbatim to April 16 and April
Yeah,
9?
yeah, I
Would you
can
mind?
do that. And what April 9th will be better. I
Yeah,
wanna get
yeah,
I
April
wanna get
9 is
over.
your third verbatim, but it will be second verbatim. And then
Okay.
April 16, oh, April 16 and April 23. So you have all three verbatims next 3 weeks.
Okay.
Is that okay?
Yeah, it's fine with me. No problem at all.
I am so
That's good.
sorry.
No, that's
I,
good.
I miscalculated time.
That's fine.
Thank you for your understanding. N-
Yeah. That's what
n-
God wants it to happen, so it happens.
All right, let's
Mm,
process wrapping of our moment today. And then
okay.
I will make sure that next time, timekeeping doing really well. I was so much into all you guys verbatim. And let's also say thank you, David, for giving us this opportunity next time. He prepared well, and then we are asking him to it later. Thank you, David. Thank you.
Thank you so
And
much, also. Thank you,
say
my
Skip to
peers.
yeah. Skip is still here. Yeah, Skip is here.
Mm,
Let's close our eyes. I'm not sure what is your common language you bring up to your brain as we are listening to three verbatims. And what is your feeling about our process today? Okay, group, let's spend the rest of 15 minutes and sharing our feeling. Any satisfied, dissatisfied, learning new things, or what's the next? Something new. You can start.
Yeah, I can go. Um, First, I'll ask my question. How are you feeling, Caroline? You were having a headache, and Annalyn mentioned in her chat that she was not feeling well. So I was wondering what is going on, and how are you feeling right now at the end of the session?
Annalise looks like she might be asleep, and I'm
No,
feeling pretty
I've just got my
getting
eyes closed.
startled.
I'm not feeling well, but but I
I
feel
hope
good
you feel
about our
better.
time today. I'm just physically not feeling well. I've been a- I've this has been a very busy 2 weeks for me. I think my body's just crashing today.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry to hear that, but we join you.
Thank you.
We need you here. And
Yes, I'm
Caroline,
here.
So,
Analyst,
hold on a second. Satisfied is satisfied, not questioning. How's your feeling? And at
yeah,
the end,
I'm satisfied that we all are okay. My group is okay, and I'm satisfied and I'm learning new things as well. Uh, Ram said inmates being forced into it to live in a collective way. That's a new thing. I have learned something from you that you said something about how we can do counseling. So giving tissue means stop crying, which I don't know. So I'm learning new things, and I'm very satisfied. Anyone else?
Annabeth, I heard you saying that you are very satisfied today because you learned new things, including providing tissue to a client when they are crying. And actually, for me too, it's my first time of knowing that. And I think I'm so glad to understand the culture because it's all part of intercultural learning. Um, so you are satisfied today being here, learning new stuff. Am I right?
Yes.
Okay. I'm also very satisfied today. This morning was a hectic one for me. I thought I couldn't make it, but I thank my peers for your support, for listening to my struggles for the past couple of weeks, especially this morning. And I feel motivated being part of this group. I also feel the support that I'm getting from the group. Um, I've learned a lot today from all the presentations that were done today. Ram gave an extraordinary presentation, which is more advanced, than what we are studying right now. But there was a lot to learn from, especially when it comes to behavioral, aspect of counseling. Um, Annalise did a wonderful job. It was very emotional, with the child, the death of the child, and the family. Uh, there was something that she mentioned, like the father called or tested. And one of the things that my on-site supervisor, clinical supervisor, told me is, "Oh, David, I don't want you to give anybody your phone number because they're gonna call you anytime, and sometimes even 2 years after you've left, people will be calling you." So I agree with what Annalise said, and I also appreciate um, Caroline for her presentation. and dealing with somebody who's going through a lot. I mean, that was a lot of story for one person to listen to, you know. But we have chosen this path to work with people who are going through crisis, and I appreciate her hard work. Anyway, as I said, I'm very satisfied today. I feel very motivated, and I feel very supportive. Thank you. Very supported. Anyone else?
David, I hear that you're satisfied, and I'm just glad that you were able to join us in class and that
Yeah.
you learned from your peers and you feel motivated by that. Am I right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, you are right.
I'm also join you in being satisfied. I'm just very grateful. I'm grateful that you guys let me go and lie down for a little bit because that helped a lot. I came back feeling much more able to participate well. So I'm just grateful for that understanding, and grateful for the chance to learn from you guys as I always do in your verbatims, and grateful for your feedback. So thank you. Anyone else?
Thank you, Caroline. I'm glad that you're feeling grateful and good about our session today. Um, I hear you and I join you in that feeling and learning so much from all the verbatims that we are presenting and that we are hearing. I think part of the action reflection for me is in learning something about someone else's experience that I really like, someone doing a different kind of chaplaincy. Um, and I always love listening to everybody in here. I'm sorry I wasn't as with it as I usually am. Kind of sick to my stomach today, so but it's been a joy to be here as usual. Anyone else?
Thank you, Annalise. I heard you say that you're satisfied, and it's great to hear the other caregiving opportunities and how our peers are approaching the caregiving.
Mhm.
And you seem to be a little bit on the exhausted side in terms of what you're going through. Did I hear you right?
You did. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, my heart's with all of you. Honestly, David, what you went through in the beginning, and Carolyn, hope you continue to feel better. And Annalise, take care of yourself. We don't need anyone's permission to take care of ourselves. Somehow we need to bump that up in our priority. Right. I mean, my heart's with you guys. This is a lot we're all handling. But my heart today is very full. There's so much what I call learned behavioral change we are all seeing in ourselves, right? We started this journey maybe 10, 11 weeks ago to really see the language that is shaping up and the quality of care we are bringing in. And it's like seeing we seeded all of them back in January. Now they're all sprouting beautifully. Just to be in this whole setting with the all this different types of blooms that we are seeing is so rewarding. I'm going to miss this experience in another month or so, but I'll carry forward this experience as a sacred one. Thank you.
You can stay. You can stay. Okay, group. Thank you so much for your energy you put it in, although your body is not following you. But thank you so much, and generosity and your love and care. That means a lot. We will end right now here, and that will be okay. You can go and sleep, take care of you. But I want David, can you stay a little bit more?
Okay.
Okay. Say goodbye, everybody.
Bye,
Bye, Skip.
everybody. Mhm.
Oh, skip. Oh, yeah, skip,
Bye,
skip,
Skip.
skip.
Bye. See you.
Yeah. Hey, David, how are you?
Yeah, I'm doing good. I'm doing good.
Oh,
Thank you for your support. I'm doing quite
I
good.
I am so sorry about. Let me make a screen smaller that I can look at the camera. I'm
Okay.
so sorry that missing your opportunity. I miscalculated time.
No, that's okay. It will give me opportunity to go back and
Yeah,
reflect on
yeah,
what I did and Yeah, because some of the things were a little bit, yeah, and I knew that I needed to add more stuff, and not to add, but to clean up.
Clean up. Okay.
Yeah,
You
clean
wanna
up.
you wanna just briefly go review
Yes,
with me, and
yes,
then, oh,
yes.
if you okay,
Yeah, I'm okay. I'm
and then
okay. Thank you.
and then you can present it to the group next time. How about that?
Yes, perfect.
Yeah. Let me pull out your verbatim with your screen, my
Okay,
screen. You can see that. You can just go review, and then I'll give you some comments based on what you wrote
okay.
here. Make sense?
Yeah, it makes sense.
How's your boy doing right now?
Yeah, I mean, today is doing better. He's doing better now.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So a lot happening to you. Yeah, you have a
yeah. Believe me, a lot.
yeah. It's really a lot. It's really a lot.
Yeah.
Or I'm worrying about you. It's too much. Even your supervisor's vacation. Oh my. This why? Why?
Couple of days, and that was it. And but I'm a quick learner.
You are. Yeah, you are.
Yeah, and I'm really, really, and I appreciate the opportunity given me. So I will do everything to make it work.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you for your
Yeah.
effort and your extra time with me right now so that you can
Okay.
review and you can present next time. So, what is about it? Can you read it to me right now? I'll make it large. Can you
Okay,
see
that's
this?
fine. Yeah, yeah, I can.
Yeah. So, you presenting it. Verbatim is about JP, male 57.
Yeah.
Can you read this part? Can you see it? Or do you want
Oh,
me to read it to you?
no, I can read it. The primary support person, right?
Yeah, number one,
Okay,
students.
the number.
Yeah.
Okay, so my focus was to provide spiritual. Is that the one?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, my focus was to provide spiritual support to the patient and to be present rather than
Mm,
to program to solve problem, to program solve.
okay, that's great.
As a new chaplain, I'm learning to tolerate spiritual struggle and to allow space for doubt while supporting patients in naming what matters most to them. I'm seeking input from my peers on anything that I could have done differently during this encounter. I need help in understanding how to use silence more intentionally and to validate doubt as part of faith. I'm also seeking input to help me deepen my ability to respond to spiritual distress without offering premature assurances and to strengthen my skills, yeah, in identifying and reflecting on themes like on themes of identity, meaning, and one's values.
Great. You just name it. You want to be present with the patient, and is
Yeah.
there anything that you can differently, even use a silence more intentionally? I think this is great focus. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. Following the major. Okay, we skip major outcome here, and then I want you to look at the background, introduction, and setting.
Okay. I think the introduction setting I didn't do well. I realized that I actually took it from Caroline's presentation. I didn't include, I mean, references how I got the call and stuff like that. You know. But however, this Mr. JP is a 57-year-old male admitted with sepsis, a
Mhm.
life-threatening medical condition. Upon entering the room, Mr. JP visually was visually distressed, lying in bed, staring at his phone. JP is a white male, tall, well groomed. He was alert and welcoming.
Okay. This is okay. If you're okay. If you want to add more, you can add more. I think, but this is very concise. And sometimes with a concise description, let the group ask you more, then you will, as you are answering their questions, so that you
Okay.
can prepare next time. So I think this is okay to me.
Okay.
Yeah. So and then
Um,
as group, should I add more? What do you know? What do you need to know? Then they will ask you questions.
okay. Okay. So, so I shouldn't, for now, I should leave it as
Just
it is.
leave it
Okay.
there. Yeah.
Okay.
Less is better. We talked about it.
Yes, it is.
This is essential, man. This is essential. I got it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, personal status.
Okay. This one too, I think I didn't do it well, but let's say I noticed a strong emotional response within myself as the
Mm.
patient spoke about his wife. I felt a sense of sadness and empathy, particularly about his perceived loss of role as a caretaker of his wife. I also felt a pull to reassure him, which I consciously managed by staying present and reflective rather than offering premature assurance.
Okay. This part, personal status, is asking your status before a visit.
Before, okay,
Yeah,
that
you're saying after visit and then in the process.
okay.
So this will be adding into your analysis part,
Oh, okay.
reflection
Okay.
part. Yeah.
Before visit. Okay.
So before the visit, what happened to you? You were busy, or you made a lot of visit. You feel tired, and even you can say that because of my child's sickness, I was a little bit distracted. That all kinds of your
Um,
internal and external situations. It will help the students to know what happened to you, your setting, your own setting. Make sense?
yes. Yes.
Okay.
Thank you
Pastoral
so much.
plan is usually provide a spiritual care. That's okay. And pastoral visit. How many lines you have? Let me see. 6, 7,
Le-
8, 9, 10. 11 is good. Let's
Yeah.
play it out. How about that?
Okay.
So you'll be a chaplain, I'll be JP1.
Okay.
All right, let's do
So
that.
yes, I will be the chaplain, right?
Yeah, you're the chaplain. Yeah.
Okay. So good afternoon, Mr. JP. My name is David, and I'm part of the spiritual care team. How's everything?
I mean, JP sighs deeply. Honestly, not good. I don't even know where to start.
It sounds
JP,
like
oh,
okay.
I will read it below. JP looks like overwhelmed, distressed. He signals emotional burden. I wanted to explain more. Okay, this is your analysis part here. It'll be better adding your feeling when
Okay.
JP said, honestly, not good. I don't even
Okay.
know where to start. When he said that, what you're feeling is more important than your analysis. Looks overwhelmed. This is okay, but we like to hear more about what's happening to you. That's about inner voice.
Okay. What was happening to me was I felt
Yeah,
empathetic towards
yeah.
him, towards his.
So when he said, "Oh, not good," I don't even know where to start. Then what feeling comes to you? I like here, I want to explore more is good. Okay.
Okay. I felt sad and compassionate.
Oh
So I
yeah.
wanted to explore more.
Yeah. Yeah. Add more those languages.
Okay, compassionate and wanted to explore more.
Hmm.
Okay, okay.
You ready
It's
to
not.
okay, go
Yeah.
ahead.
it sounds like there's a lot weighing on you right now.
Oh my goodness, you're great. Okay, you're just joining him. And then JP, yeah, JP pauses. He looked sad, frustrated, helplessness. This is the same thing with CP2. You are analyzing, you are describing him, but we want to
Okay.
hear what's happening in your mind.
What? Okay.
Not describing patient, but describing you.
Okay.
As I hearing, and here's a sigh, and then I felt like he care a lot. Or sometimes you say, "Oh my goodness, how am I supposed to provide a spiritual care with a lot of people, waiting on someone else, sighing, and I'm anxious," or internal thought.
Okay.
Okay,
Okay.
then I will read. I am supposed to be a strong one. Oh my. My wife, she just got diagnosis with cancer. I'm the one who's supposed to take care of her. And now look at me stuck in this hospital bed. So I think this is great moment, internalized thought. As he's saying, I'm supposed to strong my wife. My wife is cancer. I'm supposed to take care of her, but I'm stuck here. And how was your thinking and your feeling? You can add one or two sentences after JP2. Will be great. It will help us to understand.
Okay. So after I have to put something after the bed or when I'm starting to talk.
Before, no, when JP2 end here, hospital
Okay.
bed,
Uh-huh.
you can add here your internal thought, what's happening in you.
Oh, okay. What is happening to
Okay?
my patient? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's go to C3. Can you read it?
You expected to be the one caring for her, and now things have shifted in a way that feels overwhelming.
That's great. Yeah. You named him. That's great. Then I'll help JP by naming. Yeah, you said naming a loss of role and control. And it will be also helpful why you did it.
Okay.
And maybe something like that. Usually when I listen to this one, I try to give my church members or someone an answer, but I try to suppress my helping mode, or so I just hold it, but I want to help him to name his loss so that I can loss of control so I can join him. Something like your internal thought.
Okay. So,
This is what you just did it.
oh, okay. So I mean, okay. So what I wrote is okay. You think I need to modify it a little bit?
Yeah, a little bit here, your internal thought. Why
Okay.
you said this one. Must be you have a reason, right? You had a
Yeah,
choices
yeah,
here. Yeah.
yeah, exactly. So it's all about my internal thoughts and my
Yeah.
feelings. Okay.
Yeah. You had multiple choices to say to him, but you picked this one and why. Your internal thought process
Why?
will, yeah.
Okay. Okay.
And then JP said, exactly. I feel useless. Oh, what kind of husband ends up like this when his wife needs him to most? And you're just also analyzing here again. It feels guilty, related to his self-worth carrying role. All this can be your blue, can be your analyst part later.
Okay.
Here is more your internal thought is valuable. Make sense?
Okay. Yeah, makes sense. I deviated a little bit with the difference between my internal thoughts and my analysis, right?
Yeah,
I
yeah,
think that's
yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, such as like when someone said, I feel useless. Then if I were in that situation, oh my goodness, he's using very strong language,
Some
useless.
language, yeah.
Yeah, then I just internally thinking, what am I supposed to say that? And he's
Yeah.
blaming himself. Should I help him to not blame himself or explore? It's internal thought is really important.
Thank
All
you.
right, C4, I felt compassionate, reflect on JP's identity loss. This is great. This is great.
Yeah,
Sure, it is
thank you.
great. Yeah. And can you read it, C4?
it sounds like you are feeling a deep sense of loss, not just about your health condition, but about your role as a husband.
Mm. So, what is main deep sense of loss? You just name it, but can you join his language? Feel useless?
Mm,
This is more like your brain join him. Your heart is partially
yeah,
join him.
yeah,
Yeah, but it's okay. We can explore with your group. This is okay. It will show you the group that you're growing at. So leave it as it is. But my
okay,
comment is when next time someone pick up some strong language, feeling language, useless language,
yeah.
then that is good indicator that
Yeah.
we can join. I feel
Okay, so that's what.
useless. Yeah.
Okay,
Then, oh my goodness, that feeling is terrible. That's a
yeah,
horrible feeling. Then JP will explore more about his feeling useless. Instead of it sounds like you're feeling a deep sense of loss. This is more like a definition, which is okay. But I want you to go to more deeper, joining him.
okay, okay.
Okay,
Yeah, because
this
I
is
think I
yeah.
deviated a little. Yeah,
This is
deviated.
naming is okay. Yeah, naming is okay.
Okay.
And JP tearing. Oh wow, tear begins forming. Yeah, I've already been always been a one she leans on. And now I don't even know if I'll make it out over here. Oh, what you feeling here when you hear that? Add more.
At that point, I was wondering because I'm still new. I didn't know exactly what to say. So I was wondering within me. I was wondering what to say next
That's
about.
write it here then. Write it here. At this point, I was wondering what to say when he said that. Yeah, write it here. That's your internal thought.
Okay.
Oh, you said it here. It goes.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, 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 okay.
Yeah.
That's good. Wondering what to say next to one more about the relationship. Okay. How was you
Yeah.
feeling when
I
you?
can reframe the language properly later on. I can reframe it.
Okay. This is kind of
So
feeling sad. He's
yeah,
crying.
yeah, it was sad. It was
Yeah.
sad. That's a heavy fear to carry. Wondering about your own life while also thinking about your wife.
That's great sentence. You're still in the mode of wave.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's a heavy fear, Carrie. Wondering about your own life. You're describing, based on his word, you're describing back to him your own life while also thinking about your wife. But he was crying. Body language is a key. And he said, always been one she leans on. I don't even know if I will make it out of here. This is really sad feeling,
Yeah.
and he's crying. And you can instead of describing him, leave it as it is because group will discuss. But in the future, in patient visit, if patient is crying and describing himself really sad mode, join him. Just join him. Oh, that's really sad. Simple. Oh,
Okay.
that's really sad. Then patient will explore. Okay?
Okay.
JP is still crying. I don't understand why this is happening. I've tried to live right, and then I've have faith, but right now, shakes head. I don't even know what I believe in anymore. You said JP Sims, but what you are feeling here?
Okay. So these are the things that I need to correct. I was feeling very sad.
Yes, write it.
Very, very sad.
Why you feel sad?
Because of his situation and because he was crying.
Hmm.
Um I think there was a connection.
Connection. Let's
Yeah.
let's just explore. What is the connection?
Yeah, I mean, I've also went through and actually going through this difficulties, time of crisis, so many things going on at the same time, feeling
Yeah.
overwhelmed,
Yeah.
and here's a person who is also going through critical situation
That's right.
and feeling also overwhelmed because it's about overwhelming, and not knowing, losing control and not knowing what to do next.
Mm. This is the moment. Counter transference.
Yeah.
You get connected with a patient, the internal voice. I feel get connected with the patient, feel really sad because somehow I went through a similar situation, loss of my control, and blah blah blah. You can edit your internal voice
Okay.
so that we as a peer and then as a listener will get excited. Oh, David is really getting into it. Now, C6. This is more description. JP seems to be going through a hospital struggling and crisis, meaning which is more appropriate if you put in analysis. But if here,
Which one? Which one?
C6, you're analyzing him.
Okay. Okay. It sounds okay. Yeah. 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 I realize that. Yeah, it sounds like this
Yeah,
situation is, yeah.
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 Well, we want to
Okay.
hear your feelings, feeling words.
Okay. Okay. I got this one.
And then you say
I
it
knew.
sounds. Go
Mhm.
ahead. Can you read the C6?
It sounds like this situation is shaking your faith and leaving you with many questions.
Okay, same thing. You are describing his feeling. That's more like a wave. Do you remember? There is a push, wave, join.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
it'll be better if you join. This is about a process to know how to join. Then JP5, I don't understand why this is happening. I've tried to live right. I've had a
Yeah.
faith, but right now, I don't even know what I believe in. He's confusing. Then you can join his feeling. You said you sounds like a situation shaking your faith and leaving you many questions. Instead of describing him, you join his feeling. Sounds like you feel really confused. If this
So
sounds like you're very discouraged. Something like that.
okay.
But leave it as it is here. Let the group explore more. Maybe they have better answers. But I
Okay.
noticed it from C5 and C6 and C4. You start with it sounds like C5. That's heavy fear describing him. C6 also it sounds like you describing him.
Okay.
That's okay. But I want you to go more deeper rather than describing him. Go
Okay.
deeper. And JP6, yeah, I keep asking why us, why now, why did we do deserve this? And can you read it, C7?
Those why questions can feel so urgent, especially when everything seems to be falling apart at once.
Mm. What do you think?
Actually, I feel like it's not very appropriate.
Why not?
Um, I'm, it seems like I'm deviating in some ways. Instead of joining him, I'm
Hmm.
taking a whole different path
You're
again.
waving, just
I'm
waving
way
him. Yeah.
okay.
You're not
Okay.
pushing him, you're waving him. Pushing is not recommended, but you're not
Okay.
directing him, you're not pulling somewhere, but you join the sea and his boat is right there, you're waving. So here, yeah, I keep saying, why us? Why now? What did we do to deserve this? How would you say one simple word or two words to join him?
I'm so sorry to hear that.
Yeah, that's okay to say it. And let's go a little bit deeper using his words. Always use his words when you join. Sometimes not, but
that seems overwhelming.
that's great. Yeah, that's overwhelming. And even he said, "Why us?" You can say,
Yeah,
"Yeah, why, why, why?" And you can add, "That is overwhelming. Why?" Instead of those why questions can feel. This is like an engineer's word. You're an engineer, right? Computer engineer. Those why questions can feel so urgent, especially when everything seems to be falling apart at once. This is a really great description by an
yeah,
engineer. Okay, but let's
yeah.
go to patient's heart. Why? Let's be with them. Why? And then JP7 now crying. He's keep crying. I just feel lost.
Wow.
And C8, you pause, allowing silence, and just add more. Why you allow him? Why you allow silence? Be based on your feeling, based on what? Just a little more of your inner conversation will be helpful. Can you read a C8?
Okay. I just wanted to know that.
No,
Oh, see,
C8.
okay. I'm really glad that you shared that with me. In this moment, what feels most important to you?
Okay. What he said, C7.
Northern Cry, I just feel lost.
Okay. Can you
Oh,
join?
hold on. Oh, we went back to C7, right?
No, no, but JP7 said, I feel lost, right?
Yes.
And then you said, I'm really glad you share with me.
Okay.
Maybe if you join, oh, that's really devastating feeling lost. Then you can say, I'm really glad you share. Thank you for sharing that happy feeling. That will be okay. But here you see language, you said glad, and he said lost.
It's total different. We are on totally
Yeah,
different angles. Yeah. Yeah.
yeah.
I felt lost. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah. And here the question in this moment, what feels most important for you? Oh my, David,
Yeah.
you are now here fixing mode.
Oh, I'm in a fixing mode.
This is a fix. We are not a therapist.
Yes.
This is a therapist who needs to fix patient. They will ask, what feels most important for you? Just
Okay.
to find out, giving them more solutions.
Okay.
So leave it as it is because you already asked them, asked JP. But think about it when someone says, I feel lost, how you can join. And in the future, I recommend not to ask any question like what
Okay.
feels most important for you. This is really not
Okay.
helpful. Yeah.
Okay.
Let let a therapist ask this question and let us join their feeling. It's okay. We don't have any answers. It's okay. We do not have any solution. Just join him. Make sense?
Yes. So to hear that.
Yeah. So
Okay. So
live as it is. I am sure the group will say something about this comment and don't take it personally. They will try to help you. Remember that.
okay.
They will not criticizing you. They're
No.
not nitpicking about you. They're trying
Okay.
to help you. Now I'm sure a group will say something. JP8, I just wanted to know what that she's going to be okay. that I didn't fail her. Can you read a C9?
Your love and concern for your wife come through come through so strongly. Even now, in your own pain, you are thinking about her well-being.
So did you notice your pattern?
Yeah. Description.
Yeah. So someone said, I just want to know that she's going to be okay. What do you feel about him for her?
I think things. So I think a couple of things need to change to make your love and concern for her counts so truly. I do.
No, this is okay. What you said is okay. But rather than describing joining, if patients say, I just wanted to know that she's going to be okay, your assessment about his love for her, you assess that, right?
Yeah.
That's why you said your love. Okay, instead of you describing him, you join him. How? By saying, wow, you love your wife so much. You love her so much. Just validating his love for his wife.
Okay.
That's what his needs right now. Don't fix it here. Don't change anything here. But
Okay.
this is great. But in the future, if someone says about love, recognize it
Okay.
rather than describing it. Description is okay. If you're a doctor, if you're a therapist, if you're a social worker, that's okay. But we are a spiritual care provider. We can
Okay.
go a little bit deeper inside of a human psyche, which is here JP8 is talking about love. And
Yeah.
then, am I failing love? Am I failing love? Then you just validating him. I sense that you love your wife so much. You love your wife so much. Then he will sense that, oh, yeah, I love wife. Even JP9 is, she's everything to me. And JP Naz, and I'm gonna read it to you. CP C10, I gently pause for a moment. Just tell us why you pause a moment. This
Okay.
is one layer of your reflection, but if we can go a little bit down there, why you gently pause a moment? Why? There must be why, because
Yes.
your thinking process.
Yeah. I was waiting for him to speak more.
Big
I was
more.
giving him the space to
Yeah.
speak.
Oh, then say it. I want to give him a space more so that he can explore it. Say it.
Yeah.
Now, C10, you read sometimes when everything feels uncertain, holding on to what we love can be a source for of strength, even if answers aren't clear. What are you doing here, David? Can you notice it?
Sometimes when everything feels uncertain, holding on to something you love can be. Am I fixing a problem?
That's right. You're preaching.
My background comes here.
That's your nature. You want to help. You want to help. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's your compassion, which is okay. But look at JP9. She is everything to me. His love is great. Just keep
Yeah.
validating. Oh, your love is great. You love her. Yeah. And here you are, a sense that you're becoming your helping mode as a teacher or preacher or leader. Sometimes, when everything feels uncertain, holding on to what we love can be a source of strength, even if answers aren't clear. Must be your thought process. Maybe it's okay.
Yeah.
Look at
It shouldn't be. Yeah.
JP10. JP Taylor, I want to believe that. He disagrees with that. I just don't know how to right now. And
Yeah.
C11, I'm gonna read it to you and then we can talk. JP's son walks in, the JP's introduces his son, then the doctor walks in, interrupting our conversation. That's okay. JP, the doctor is here. I have to go, but I will come back later so as we can continue. That's good. Thank you. I need that. Oh, that's great. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, why us? That's you. You named it here. Why us?
Yeah.
Between the patient's question from the human resolving it out. The goal was to honor spiritual experience.
The, well,
Go ahead. Go ahead. What do you want to say?
not you. Were you reading the analysis or something else?
I'm reading a theological spiritual philosopher.
Oh, okay. Okay. The spiritual assessment.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Okay. So this encounter highlighted the tension between faith and suffering. The patient's questioning reflected a deeply human response to crisis. Rather than resolving his doubt, the goal was to honor it as part of his spiritual experience. The presence of compassionate listening served as a reminder that spiritual care often involves being with rather than fixing.
So
Even though
David,
I was fixing.
here spiritual theological reflection means very simply different languages. What does God speak to you?
Oh, okay.
What does God teach you? That's a spiritual reflection. So this encounter reminds me of, well, maybe
Okay.
Jesus Christ or some biblical story based on your faith.
Okay.
In the case blah 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 and Matthew or blah 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 or book of so I realized that human beings and needed someone to listen. Whatever, that's just what God teaches you is a theological spiritual reflection. So here is more you're analyzing, which is great. You
Okay.
put it in here, spiritual assessment.
Okay.
Okay. There's no ethical, I'm sure, no ethical. And oh, you're charting. This is your charting?
Yes.
Can you read it?
Patient is a 57-year-old white male diagnosed with sepsis and experiencing significant emotional and spiritual distress following admission to a life-threatening condition. Patient expressed deep concern for his wife, who was recently diagnosed with cancer. Patient is struggling with feelings of helplessness due to his inability to fulfill his role as her caregiver. Patient became tearful and voiced doubt about his faith, questioning why this situation was happening to them.
Oh, this is partially really good. You describe him really well. His but missing is your not assessment. Your assessment is here. Um, your intervention. Based on this your assessment,
Okay.
patient expressed a deep concern for his wife. Patient is struggling with his feeling. Patient becomes a tearful. Based on your assessment, what is your intervention? Has to be here, such as I provided blah blah blah. I provided
Okay.
blah blah blah. Your intervention has to be here, couple
Okay.
sentences, and then at the end of intervention, I'm not sure
Okay.
about your hospital, but when I'm working in a hospital, I always teach my students your plan. or your recommendation. So you can say at the end of it, I recommend a follow-up visit, or no urgent visit is necessary, or something like that. Something indicating, because this is a communication tool channel for other medical professionals. They read our
Yeah.
charting. Nurses,
Yes.
doctors, psychologists, and social workers, they are reading it. And they
Yes.
want to know not only your assessment, they want to know your plan, your intervention. Oh, the chaplain knows JP really well. I appreciate that. And I appreciate that. But I wonder what's his plan and what he provided. So you have to know, write it here. I provide
Okay.
a piece, the Ministry of a Presence. That's what you did.
Yes.
You empathetically listening to his stories to create a space for him.
Okay.
Yeah. You listen to his stories, so he was able to cry. You definitely provide a space for him.
Yeah.
And then you can say that I recommend a follow-up visit, or you can say that a spiritual care will be available upon request.
Okay.
Yeah, many times I recommend my students do it because sometimes one visit is okay in the hospital. Sometimes two visits is required. But at the end, you said here, you said, JP, doctor's here. I got to go. I have to go. I will come back later. So you have to say right in your
Okay.
charting.
Okay. I
You
wrote it under the future plans. Oh,
in the charting, and not your verbatim portion. You have to let the medical staff know that because you will visit him again, right?
yes.
Yeah. This is you write this one in Epic. Am I right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Epic. Yeah.
Yeah. So your description, your assessment is excellent. What you need is your intervention, what you
My
did,
intervention.
and
Okay.
your care plan. You will visit the patient again. Or if you cannot, you can say that I recommend it, or I will talk to another chaplain to make a follow visit.
Okay.
Sounds good to
Yeah.
you?
That. Yes. It sounds good to me. In our chatting, we do have that. What we did. Like maybe offering prayers
Yeah, prayer. Yeah,
and things. Yeah, and
yeah,
things like that.
yeah.
Uh, this particular one, I provided minister of presence because we didn't have
Yes.
the chance to
Yeah,
pray or anything like that because of the interruption.
yeah. You provide a space to listen,
Yeah.
to meet patients' emotional needs. So that's your intervention. I provide a space to listen, to meet patients' emotional needs. How is this to you?
Good. Excellent. Very good. But one the future plans. Um, can you? I mean, help me on that side to the future. I mean, number 9.
Number 9, let me see. Let me Google. 9, 7, 8, 9. The patient moved from acute distress to calmer, more grounded state. He expresses gratitude and want openness and support. This shouldn't be in your future plan. This is
Yes.
more like a description in your analysis here.
I see.
So
Okay.
I plan to. Oh yeah, this is your future plan. Plan, follow, visit, continue, explore meaning and identity, and provide ongoing spiritual care for you. That's it. Yeah, I plan a follow visit. That's a
Okay.
great sentence for the verbatim part. And then
Okay.
you need to put it in that I plan a follow visit or continue explore in your epic charting too.
Okay. Perfect. Thank you so much. Yeah. Wow. Chaplaincy is not easy. But it's a there's a lot of good things to learn. I mean, uh, the same thing I've been saying. One of the volunteer. She has been in ministry for like 20 years.
Hmm.
She's retired, and she's like my observation. She said, "You know what? I've learned so much doing this thing
Mm.
than all the education I had in ministry and my practices." And it's true, I mean, I'm learning so much, and that's why I'm ready to go through anything that I'm going through just to get the opportunity to learn more. Yeah.
It's good reflection. Yeah, that should be your reflection. Yeah.
What about the analysis? Can you, I know time is going. If you want me to read it quickly,
Let me pull up you again. Hold on one second.
yeah.
Your analysis part. Let me.
Yeah.
This encounter centers on the patient experience acute spiritual and role reversal. By role reversal? What do you mean?
I mean,
Oh,
yeah,
okay. I
from
got it.
yeah,
Anticipatory grief and crisis of meaning. JP's primary source of identity in a husband and caregiver and a protector of his wife, disturbed husband, and feelings of helplessness and guilt. His distress is not immediate and medical conjugal was deeply rooted in existential and evidenced by his concern about well-being and his fear. Oh, great. Spiritually, his patient demonstrated movement from the previous level of faith toward a doubt and wow, yeah. Particularly then why us rather than resolving theological tension. I purposely engage in a ministry present. Yeah, you're right here. Purpose of ministry present allowing space for both grief and doubt, and the use of the intentional listening, silence, and registered impulse to provide reassurance. And oh, this is great. Your
wow.
analysis is great.
You made my day.
You have a really good eyes to see and analyze. Yeah, proud of you.
Okay. Thank you so much, Reverend Kim. I appreciate, I mean, your help. I know that you are doing everything to support me go through this program, and I thank you so much, and I appreciate
You're
your
welcome.
concern, your considerations, your patience, and your support.
Thank you.
I
Thank you
thank
for
you.
recognizing it.
Yeah, I definitely do recognize it.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes it's tough, but I mean, I will endure it because at the end, at the end of the tunnel, I see a light.
That's right. Yeah.
Yes,
There's a
yeah, I
light.
see a light. There's a light at the end of the tunnel. Yeah,
Yes. It's yeah. So
yeah.
trust your process.
I will. I will.
You're
So I will go
doing
through it. Okay.
go ahead, go ahead.
Yeah, I will go through it and do the little things that I need to do.
Yeah, more internal voice.
Yes. But it seems like I missed three opportunities to join the patient.
Mhm.
Three opportunities.
Yeah. But
Yeah.
don't change whatever you said, but add more your internal voice.
My internal voice.
Yeah, let the group speak their own voices so you are ready to accept their comments. It
Okay.
might give you more thoughtful soul. This is great learning sessions. Okay?
Okay. Thank you so much, Reverend James. I mean, this is a great opportunity. And thank you for your time too.
No problem.
Yes. You give me some kind of upliftment from my morning. I mean, yeah, that's my son,
Oh,
Getting stronger now. You hear him at the background, right?
go and take care of your son. He did a really
Okay.
great job today. And thank you for allowing us, move your verbatim to next week.
Okay. And thank you for that opportunity, actually. Yeah. It's a positive one. I
Okay.
appreciate Bye.